Anyways, we're good to go. We're good to go. But if you're watching over there on YouTube, hello, welcome in. We've got hop count, that is here, and you said him, but I guess you just mean Jesus, or did you want to tackle both, or what?
Well, I've kind of got a weird and unique take on this.
A weird and unique take.
Yeah, I believe he exists.
I hear that.
But I don't believe he's the Son of God, and I don't believe he was spiritual. I think he was just an ordinary dude that was popular.
That's like the most common consensus among scholars.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that. That's all I said.
Well, how is that weird and unique?
Well, because against Christianity, I mean, if you live in a very Christian dominant country, that's not a very normal take, I should say, I guess. Because they're like, oh, how could you say that he wasn't the Son of God and all that crap?
I mean,
I don't believe
maybe
that.
like a Christian or something, but I mean,
yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Maybe. Anyways, that being said, how did you determine that he was just a normal guy, normal dude? How'd you get to that?
Oh, I grew up Christian and Catholic, and once I reached the age of reason, I kind of said, wait a minute, none of this makes sense.
Wait. Okay. I'm not necessarily asking how you deconstructed from he's God to or divine to he's a man. I'm asking what convinced you that he was even a man?
Well, because
as opposed to a non-existent character.
Well, because there's folklore around him. It's kind of like
there's folklore around Paul Bunyan.
Yeah, and Paul Bunyan probably existed too, but he was probably just, again, a normal dude that might have been super big or strong. You know what I'm saying? It's an exaggeration of a normal person.
Paul Bunyan's like a cartoon character kind of thing.
No, but you get my point, though. No, you get my point, though. I'm just saying these are exaggerations of normal people.
Well, no, is Harry Potter an exaggeration of a normal person?
In 3,000 years, he might be.
That's not how history works.
I know.
So, I'm wondering, I mean, technically speaking, in the mind of all writers and stuff like that, they're probably picturing somebody, but the issue here is that at what point do you believe that a person or a story about a person becomes fiction? Peter Parker's not a real person, but I'm sure that there's probably someone named Peter Parker who has lived in New York at some point. I mean, there may have been somebody in the mind of Stan Lee when he created the character. I get that, but that doesn't mean that Peter Parker is a real person.
That's true.
The issue. So what evidence did you have for Jesus other than their stories? I mean, or lore?
This is just a personal opinion. I have no evidence.
I know. But wait, so you just did it because it just feels good to do it?
It was just a hypothesis. I thought to myself, well, he probably existed, but he was just a normal person.
Yeah, I know. And I'm just trying to figure. I get that part. I'm not questioning whether or not he's divine. You don't have to worry about that. You stop drilling. You've hit oil. Like you're good to go there. Okay. I'm talking about how did you get to be able to tell yourself he probably existed? Where did you get that?
I think back in that time frame, people told a lot of stories, but they didn't tell stories like they do now. There were no books about Harry Potter and
there were books about like Odysseus that had been around for a good 600-700 years prior. Like Homer's the Odyssey? We just had the movie come out. It's based off of something that had been around for hundreds of years prior.
But was it based on a real person or was it all made up?
Odysseus? No, not a real person.
Can you prove that too, though? You can't. We can't prove either way.
Odysseus is not a real person. He did not go and see mermaids and sirens.
He could have been a real person that was just a sailor, though, right?
Okay. The sirens that they talk about, were they real? The mermaids, were they real? Are they based on real people?
Maybe they were fish. Maybe they were fish.
Then they're not mermaids.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so then the mermaids aren't real.
These
And
are
what I'm saying is that
exaggerations on
people wrote
things.
fiction back then. You're trying to say that people did not write like they do today, like Harry Potter. Yeah, they did. In fact, Harry Potter is a pretty good example of modern day like mythology kind of stuff. It's magic.
Yeah, you're right.
It's
You're
something
right.
filled with
I
magic.
stand. I stand. I stand corrected.
So if that's the case, how did you determine Jesus wasn't just part of
He
that
could be. He
genre?
could be. He could be. You guys
Right.
took an anecdotal comment that I put in the chat and invited me to talk about it on the spot, and I'm just try to answer why I thought
To
that.
be fair, no one
That's
made you come up here. We sent you an invite, you accepted it, and that's fine. And at any point in time, we're not making fun of you. At any point in time, you are free to leave. No one's holding you here. But I mean, I'm
okay.
just curious to know why or how you got to the probably part. Because probably means that like
I'm I'm a
you've been
hundred
convinced to a
percent
certain
guessing.
point.
No, no, no. I'm 100% guessing. It's kind of like saying, what if tomorrow aliens come on the planet? It could happen.
What?
Probably not.
What did you say?
What if aliens come tomorrow on the planet? It could happen. Probably not, though. But I'm just saying, it was more like an anecdotal throwaway comment that I said.
I
Like, yeah,
mean,
he's probably real. If he isn't, I don't give a shit.
but I mean, I get that.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out how you got to the probably real part. That's what I'm talking about.
It's just a guess. Just a guess.
Well,
Nothing
then it
more.
wouldn't be probably real. It might be real or something like that.
Okay, let me
The
change the word
reason
probably to
why.
might.
Well,
Might
yeah.
and
Well, that's
probably are the same
it's not
thing.
my word, is it? No, might
Probably and might, if you look it up, they're synonyms.
might
I
and
might go to the
probably.
store and I probably will go to the store.
No,
Most likely is another synonym.
no. Probably is based off of probable, like probability. Like the probability is leaning towards yes, I will go. Might says there's a chance, but
No, there's no weight on probability.
yes,
It's a 50-50 thing.
probably is a positive statement. Like
Okay,
if I
sorry.
say it might rain tomorrow, like there's a chance. If
Okay,
I say
I
it will
apologize.
probably rain tomorrow, that means there's a good chance. Like I'm leaning towards it positively happening.
Okay, I apologize again.
So the reason why I even
Jesus
care there,
Christ.
as far as the semantics goes, is because the way that you interact with other people, the terms that you use are likely going to cause them to view things in a certain way. I'm not harping on
If I
you
have
too
that
terribly
much
much.
influence over somebody, something's wrong with the
Yes,
world.
yes. Literally everybody who is that's why like ultimately some people go, "Oh, well, I'm a Christian and I don't do all that bad stuff. I look at the news and I see all these crazy religious people saying all this crazy, like right wing conservative, crazy bullshit stuff. And I'm not going on there and I'm not doing those kind of things. I don't hate on anybody, blah, 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 blah." The fact that you literally go to church, even if you go to church and just sit in a back pew and sing some songs, listen to the sermon, and then eat some donuts and go home. Actually, it's usually in the other order there. But the point is, even if that is the case, the entire existence, your entire existence within Christianity, your entire relationship with the church and everything, that is still you showing up. And every single live person, every single live human body in that church makes somebody who comes in see, hey, or they see it and they say to themselves, this is a popular religion. You are at least you have some kind of influence on the world. You might not think you have a lot, but absolutely you are at the very least part of a collective of people. You're part of society. You are. You're a functioning member of society. We all are. And so that's important. It's absolutely important to say, hey, how do I carry myself? Because you'll never know how many people will see the way
Oh,
that you carry yourself, the places you go, the books you read, the songs you sing.
I
You
get it.
never
I
know
get
how
it.
many people will hear you say. I mean,
No,
243 people are watching you on TikTok, and 220 people are watching you on YouTube right now. Say
well,
Jesus
now that
probably
I've had,
existed.
okay, well, now I've been cooking with it, and here's why I think maybe probably he existed as
Okay.
just an entity, human being, non-spiritual. Because how do you know Harry Potter's fake?
Because the Harry Potter that's presented in the New Testament in the book cannot exist simply because of the fact that the places and the ways that he interacts with said places are impossible. You cannot run into like a pillar at a train station and somehow end up in another train station.
3,000 years from now, how are we going to know Harry Potter was fake?
Because you still won't be able to run into a pillar and somehow end up in another train station.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, it's a rock.
How?
It's a rock. Rocks have been rocks
Okay.
for a lot longer than 1,000 years.
Okay, but my point is, mysticism and all that fun stuff aside,
Uh-huh.
in 3,000 years, you'll know it was fake
Right.
because people will tell the story and say, oh, this is fake. This is a fake, cool story.
Okay.
I don't see that with Jesus. All these stories saying this is fake. All we have is the Bible. Is the Bible real or not? I don't know. Could be fake, could be real. Who knows?
So how did you get to the probably? Where was the probably in there?
My probably was that I don't see a lot of stories in history 2,000 years later or whatever 1,000 years later, if you believe that, that this story, we made up Jesus. Nobody said, oh, we know who J.K. Rowling is.
Okay.
Right?
And we also
3,000 years from now,
yeah.
3,000 years from now, we're going to know who J.K. Rowling is.
Uh-huh.
Why don't we know the author of the person who made up Jesus?
Marcion?
Is that a fact?
That's our best guess. Yeah, he's the first person to publish a gospel.
It's a guess.
Yeah, because he's the first person to publish a gospel in 144.
Doesn't make it true.
Okay.
Doesn't make it true, though.
Okay.
That's my point, is we don't know either way.
Okay. He's still the first person to publish a gospel and didn't believe that Jesus was a human being. So if he heard it from anyone else, I don't know what to tell you.
He could have made it up. He could have made it up.
Yep. And do you know for a fact that J.K. Rowling didn't hear the story of Harry Potter from someone else and take it from somebody else in order to create her IP?
I don't.
Exactly. So the fact that you were able to say J.K. Rowling wrote Harry Potter is the same way that I'm able to say that Marcion wrote this gospel.
Yeah.
Yep. So just as sure as you are that Harry Potter is fake and written by J.K. Rowling is just as sure as I am that Jesus is fake and written by Marcion.
Fair. I shouldn't have said probably. I should have said might. I apologize. It's early in the morning.
You are a person in society. You do matter. You do matter, and you have more effect on the world than you think you do. You absolutely do.
I don't think I do.
Yeah,
I don't think I do.
Give yourself some credit.
I keep small circles. I don't like people.
And those circles like you. Those circles listen to your words.
Those circles have like 3 people in it, and we all don't give a shit about Christianity. So it's all good.
Well, you never can tell how many people you're going to come in contact with. Again, when you woke up this morning, did you think that you would be heard by over 500 people, multiple places, multiple states, multiple countries, all at one time this morning?
No, and I didn't think
right now
people would be influenced.
People.
Yeah, but if people are influenced by things I say, that's a them problem. They need to just use their decision engine and figure that out for themselves.
I absolutely implore you to just make sure that the way that you conduct yourself is as good as possible so that other people who are on the fence about certain things and might be questioning whether or not something is true or false, they hear you and they might lean a particular way. Just make sure that society is benefited when we believe as many truths. I'm not
responsible for that.
You are responsible for the words that you say.
No, this is TikTok. This is the internet. We know it's ridiculous. We know it's not to be taken seriously. You are responsible for the
words that you say. You are. No one else is responsible for your words. That's dumb as shit.
I'm not responsible for the interpretation of what I say.
Okay, well, the interpretation of the words that you say, you admitted was the correct way. In fact, when you said
here's
probably,
my official statement.
You had to change from probably to might. You had to change.
Here's my official statement then.
All right. You are muted because you keep trying to talk over me. You had to change the word probably to might because you understand how that could be taken. You understand that your words have power. You understand that words mean words, and you understand how people can interpret things, and that matters. So don't try to gaslight and try to back out of this and pivot out of this and try to say, no, I'm not responsible. Yes, you fucking are. You're responsible for the words that come out of your mouth, and you understand that people can take things a particular way. I understand that there's a lot of people on the internet that go, hey, I care about, this particular thing, and I'm not going to change my mind. You said that the circle that you have of like 3 people, they don't really care much about Christianity. That's fine. But when you have 500 people who are listening to you from different states and different countries at the same time, there's at least a handful of people in there who are listening to what you're saying and trying to make a decision as to whether or not they should believe something that could potentially not be true. So your words matter, man. They really do. Maybe not more than you think, and maybe not very often, but they do matter.
I can respect that totally. My point is, though, if they're taking my words as, pun intended, gospel without any other information, that seems a little irresponsible of them, don't you think?
Well, then you can be irresponsible together. You make sure that you speak in a way that you mean what you say and you say what you mean. All right, and have support and evidence behind what you talk about.
I own the responsibility of misspeaking. I like I said, I misspoke and I made a mistake.
And that's good.
I can own that.
Yeah,
I can totally own that. My official statement would probably be something more of, I can't prove if he existed or not, but if he did, cool. If he didn't, cool.
Fair
he
enough.
Might have existed, he might not have. I just was like saying, well, I wonder if he did. And it was more of a hypothetical thing in my mind. And I was kind of just saying, well, if he did exist, maybe he did this and this. And he was, maybe I should say something like, if he did exist, I would expect him to be a real person as opposed to the Son of God. Does that make sense?
Yeah, if he did exist, he was just a dude.
If he did exist, he was just a normal dude.
Yeah, I mean that's technically fine, and it's definitely not encouraging people to think that you have a positive stance on his existence, because you're just saying if he existed, he was just a normal guy.
Well, and I'm not making excuses, but I was just caught off guard, and I was anecdotal, and I wasn't thinking 100%. So I apologize.
No worries. But I mean, the reason you got brought up is because there's over 200 people there in the TikTok thing, and some people saw it and said, hey, we need to hear this guy kind of come up, because, again, and yet another example, when you say things, people care, man. Give yourself some credit. Like, people read your shit. The reason you're up here is because people cared about what you said. Like, your life is not just 3 people who just give a shit about you and no one else even looks your way. You're up here because people looked your way. You matter, dude, like a lot more than you think.
I can acknowledge that.
Yeah. Absolutely. But anyways, thank you very much for coming up. I do want to get to some guests who might actually have a lot more of a positive view of Jesus than you do. But thank you. Thank you for coming up. That is Hop Count, everybody. Hop Count.
Thank you, sir.
Hop Count. Thank you for coming up. If you're joining on YouTube, thank you very much for stopping by. I take guests on TikTok. If you want to come up, just click the link that's in the chat and join up here on TikTok. If you don't have a TikTok or don't want to come over to TikTok, that's perfectly fine. Just send a super chat. I will read it out loud and respond. I think there may already be. Yes. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. All right. We're starting it off just. All right. I want you guys to know there have been 365. There has been the same amount of the Q word placed into super chats as there are days of the year. Kind of, sort of. Technically speaking, we're actually closer to 365.24. No, 0.26, actually, I think. Anyways, yeah, it doesn't matter. Point is, you guys are crazy, and it looks like we're just adding to more. $1.99 from the prototype says, never queef on the mojitos of my enemies. I like that song, but not with that fucking word in it. $2 there from Resting Op Face says, speak softly and carry a big queef. All right. Actually, I like that quote, and you just fucking wrote it. All right. So, Amigo SW is turning the chat. Amigo, can I get your age for TikTok purposes?
It's 31.
31, not a problem. And could you please tell me the name of the person who said, and this is the quote, "Speak softly and carry a big stick"?
Nah, I have no clue about that.
Hmm.
Who said that?
Any guesses? Any guesses from the chat? A hint is he is part of a famous rock group.
Oh, wow. So I should know that. I'm a big rock fan.
I don't think you're a fan of this type of rock. Maybe.
What kind of rock? I'm a big fan of hard
Granite?
rock, grunge. Who?
Granite?
Granite rock.
Yeah. Boulders?
Mm,
A mountain? Of this rock group.
nah, I'm
Of
not
this
this
rock
kind of
group,
stuff.
all 4 of them are dead. One of them was assassinated.
Oh. They are all dead.
They're all dead. One was assassinated.
One was assassinated. Wow. Nah, no, I have no idea about what rock band you're talking about.
I talked about the rock
Maybe
group Mount Rushmore.
Beatles.
It sounds like the Beatles, but no. Mount Rushmore. Mount Rushmore with the 4 presidents on the side of the mountain.
Okay.
Because it's rock. These are the jokes, kid.
Oh. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's Teddy Roosevelt. Teddy Roosevelt.
Oh, okay. Probably don't know because I'm Italian. Maybe every U.S. citizen knows that. But
Not really. Teddy Roosevelt. How do I describe Teddy Roosevelt? Imagine. Well, this is kind of close. Imagine
someone way
Winston
better
Churchill, but he's into hunting moose and he has a big mustache.
Yeah, okay. I mean, again, as I said, you are from the US. I'm not. You probably studied a lot deeper your president than I did when I was at school.
Oh well,
So,
absolutely. Well, oh definitely. I could I can name you, and this is true, only one Italian leader ever, and it's the bad one.
Mussolini, I
Yeah,
believe.
that's literally the only Italian leader I think I could possibly
You don't
name.
even know Berlusconi for about that.
You could have just said the name of a dessert. Like 100%. I have no
You don't
idea.
remember Berlusconi, really?
No, that sounds like something that has chocolate and like a biscuit.
Nah, has no chocolate.
I
Well,
don't know. Like I fully would expect that on like an Olive Garden menu. Like no
nah,
joke.
nah,
I have
nah,
no
nah,
idea what that is. That's how little I know
nah.
about Italian like history and stuff like that.
It's a very big he's now dead, but he was like very big
Ah,
personality in the. He was like some multi-billionaire or something.
sounds familiar. Yeah, we got that kind of issue over here right now.
Yeah, but
Anyways,
anyway,
yeah. So what you got
yeah,
today for us, man?
coming back to the topic. Well, there were people that walked with Jesus. They've been eating with Jesus. That when Jesus
Like in the story, you mean, or like
died,
people that wrote about it?
I mean, there are history talks about people that were the friends of Jesus, yeah, and when Jesus was
wait,
no
what?
longer with us.
No, we don't have any
I
mention of the
mean,
disciples outside of Christianity ever. No one mentions them. And even the Christians don't
how
mention
could
them until the 2nd century. It's just like a story.
so all the stories of all the disciples are all invented stories.
Yes.
There's no
Yes. There's no one who
proof.
mentions them outside of Christianity ever. They never get mentioned. I'm not even kidding. Like they don't get mentioned outside of Christianity. The only people who may mention them eventually are just people who are saying that this is what the Christians believe or this is a Christian text and I'm just like quoting from it.
Well, in in Europe, in
Uh-huh.
Italy especially, there are tons of places where these
Well,
people
now.
have been.
Well, yeah, because in the 4th century, when Christianity became the official religion of the entire Roman Empire, which was headquartered in Rome, which, of course, and I do know this at least, is in Italy. Italy. I mean, at the same time, like, you know, I don't know what to tell you because like that's just that's the 4th century is when they started going around pointing this stuff out. Like all these different places, I'm not even kidding. All the different places that you could run around Italy and say, oh hey, here's some places that like Paul was, or here's something that Peter was. None of those places were pointed out until the 4th century. I'm not shitting you. There's not a single place there, even if it dated to like the 3rd century. No one made note of it until the 4th century. When Christianity, it's because Constantine, when he became, I guess that's an Italian guy, sort of. Anyways,
Constantine.
so when Constantine became the emperor in the early 4th century, there around 312 is when they had the Edict of Milan, and that made all religions legal, including Christianity. And
Yeah,
Constantine's mom,
313.
yeah, 312, 313, anywhere in there, early 4th. So
Yeah.
Constantine's mother went to the Holy Land and decided to point to a whole bunch of stuff and say that this is where Mary was, this is where Jesus was, that kind of thing. They all these different places, all these different artifacts and stuff like that they claim that they have, all these different relics, they're not pointed out until the 4th century. So we don't have any mention at all from the 1st or 2nd or even 3rd century of the disciples or these different places that they lived and all these different things like that within any or from anybody outside of Christianity. Like Christians are the ones telling these
Well,
stories.
so how do we know that all the disciples then died they basically were all executed?
You just got it.
How do we know that?
Exactly. You, you, you got it. Exactly.
So
How do
we
you
don't
know
know
that?
it.
We don't. That's the point. Like, you nailed it.
I mean, don't you think that Jesus was the person that had the most impact in the history of mankind?
I mean, he's just the main character of the religion that became the official religion of the entire Roman Empire, which had a lot of effect on all of mankind. Because after the Roman Empire falls, you have England and Spain and France and Portugal, and I mean, you have all the Netherlands, Italy. You got all these different countries that go around like colonizing the rest of the world. They're going to bring with them the religion that was the entire empire's religion. It's going to, I mean, it would make sense that they'd be bringing Christianity around. And since Jesus is their main character, he's going to have the biggest effect, if you will. But I mean,
And you
prior to
think
that, the
that
person
that's
with the biggest
pointless?
effect was Zeus, because Zeus was a Greek god, and the Roman imperial cult borrowed from Zeus to make Jupiter. So prior to Jesus, it was just Zeus. It's not that doesn't mean anything.
So you think that all this speaking about Jesus is
I mean,
just
it's the same way you feel about Zeus is how you should feel about Jesus. It's just a character from a religion's story, and just because that religion got really big and I mean fairly lucky, that doesn't mean anything. Like just because the religion spread, just like the stories of Jupiter and the stories of Zeus spread, okay, that doesn't mean anything. Like unless we have actual evidence of this person, then I don't know what to tell you. And since we don't even
I
have
mean,
evidence of the people who are around the guy,
if you don't take into consideration Christianity in that point of history, that was like how would you spread like the story of Jesus if you don't take into consideration Christianity?
well, Christianity did spread. It was a syncretic religion. It's bringing different elements from different religions and stuff like that into their kind of belief. They're using things that were familiar to them. They make Jesus turn water into wine because there was a god called Dionysus who changed water into wine. I mean, that was his thing, and had been his thing for about 1,000 years prior. Like we don't. They were just using that trope. When you come up with a god, you would come up with certain ideas of what you think a god can do. If you're coming up with a superhero, you come up with certain things that you think a superhero could do. Just because. So when people come up with superheroes, they come up with, oh, hey, here's a superhero who's able to fly, because that's what I think of when I think of a superhero. Okay, it's just a trope. It's a common literary tool, advice, I guess, right? Choice.
And how do you feel about like thousands of people having like near-death experiences and telling that they saw Jesus in the other side?
All right, think about this. I would be more likely to believe that Jesus existed, a lot more likely to believe Jesus existed, if you could find me one instance of a near-death experience where somebody saw Jesus and knew it was Jesus, said that he called himself Jesus, and it was confirmed that this person was from an area of the world that had literally never heard of Jesus and couldn't.
There are hundreds of these ones.
No, there's not a single confirmed case of any near-death experience where someone who had literally never even heard the name Jesus comes back and says, I heard the name Jesus, or I saw Jesus and he confirmed to me that he was Jesus in an NDE. That is not a thing. No.
I mean,
What has either
I'm telling
happened
you.
is somebody was raised somewhat around Jesus, but just wasn't a Christian. Quite literally, if you point to anybody in the Western world, that's not going to work. If you find anyone who was raised in Italy, raised in America, raised in England, raised in France, I don't care if they were the most atheistic person on the planet. If they had an NDE and said, oh, I saw Jesus or something like that, or they said they had an NDE or whatever and saw Jesus, that's not going to mean shit. They very clearly know about the concept of Jesus. What would need to happen is it would need to be someone from either a remote place in China. I mean, we're talking frozen tundra.
Literally, the world highest IQ is talking about Jesus is Chinese.
Okay, cool. That's just people in China. Yeah, and he's also homeschooled from a Christian family, so that's not really going to fly here. But what I'm talking about, it would need to be someone super remote and from some place that's never heard about Jesus. We're talking like North Sentinel Island level of completely remote and cut off from the rest of the world when it comes to Jesus. But I mean, it has never happened that that's the case. And I'd like to also point out that people from other religions see their gods whenever they have NDEs. So I mean, it doesn't mean anything. It's just whatever culture you've been brought up around, you're going to somehow connect the things that your brain was firing whenever it was running out of oxygen. You're going to connect those things with something when you come back. It's just like a hallucination or a dream. So it's not really that big of a deal.
In my
NDEs
opinion,
don't really do anything. And also,
opinion,
even if Jesus was alive today, that doesn't mean that the New Testament was automatically real either. You're alive. That doesn't mean you existed 2,000 years ago.
I mean, in my opinion, you are deliberately choosing to not believe to what
I'm asking
hundreds of
for
people
evidence.
say.
That's all that I'm asking for. And we do not have evidence of anybody who we can confirm has literally never even been around the concept of Jesus and had an NDE that saw Jesus. There are some times that we have found that people within other religions have NDEs and see their religions, and those religions are sometimes mutually exclusive to Christianity and literally contradict Christianity. So I don't know what to tell you there. It's almost as if the brain just kind of hallucinates as soon as you start going out. It's just a drop of DMT. It's all that it is.
I mean, there are people that were dead for nearly 11 hours.
No,
that doesn't even make sense.
There's literally
They're
been
alive.
no one who has ever come back from brain death. There is 0 cases of that. So anyways, that being said,
Well,
No, what you're talking about has no bearing on 2,000 years ago. Even if what you were talking about was true, which it isn't, even if it was, it still doesn't mean anything about whether or not Jesus actually existed 2,000 years ago. Even if he appeared right here in my room in front of me, all it would mean is that he's in my room in front of me. That wouldn't suddenly mean that he existed 2,000 years ago running around all sweaty in the desert. That doesn't. Those are completely different, unrelated concepts. Someone alive today doesn't mean that they existed 2,000 years ago.
Right. Cool.
So did you have any evidence for him 2,000 years ago? Like the Bible is trying to tell you about?
I mean, there are texts.
Okay.
There are Qumran texts. There are Greek
the Qumran
texts.
texts are the Dead Sea Scrolls and have nothing to do with Christianity. They date to about 250 BCE. How would that make any sense? That's the Old Testament. There's nothing from the New Testament is in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There wasn't Christian people who preserved it. That was
but even in the Old Testament,
there's no mention of Jesus in the Old Testament, and it does not say that the Son of God or anything like that would be the Messiah.
There is. If you look,
what verse says that the Son of God was the Messiah?
Now I don't remember the exact verse.
Yeah, exactly. I talk about this for hours, and there's been plenty of people in this community, especially like Justin from Deconstruction Zone and everything like that, who talk about these particular passages and potential prophecies. There is literally no prophecy in the Old Testament that says God has a son, and that son is the Messiah. That's not a thing. The Messiah is talked about in the Old Testament, but the Messiah is never associated with God himself or a son of God. That's not what the Messiah is.
Even in the Quran.
No, the Quran is an offshoot of the Quran. Also takes from Christianity. The Quran itself is written almost 300 years after Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire. It's an offshoot of Christianity. It's not going to be evidence for Jesus.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, it's not like that doesn't make any sense. Like, why would something 500 to 600 years after Jesus supposedly died somehow be evidence that he lived?
I mean, in my opinion, there's enough evidence in the world that Jesus exists.
Well, you haven't provided any. You've just pointed to things hundreds of years later, and you've also pointed to things hundreds of years before it.
Just the effect of his life is around us.
The effect of a religion that believes in him. You could say the same thing about Zeus. Like, you could be like, oh, hey, look, we live in the Roman Empire, and they worship Jupiter, and they're forcing us to worship Jupiter, and Jupiter's based off of Zeus. That means the effect of his life is still felt today. Okay, that doesn't mean that that's a real person. That doesn't mean Zeus is real. You're pointing to a character who is talked about in a book from a religion and saying, look at the effect of his life. No, it's look at the effect of the religion on the world. Again, the entire Roman Empire became Christian in the end of the 4th century, or in the late 4th century, and then as it fell apart, the remaining countries who were Christian went out and colonized most of the world, if not all of it, at some point in time, or at least claimed it with the cunning use of flags. The point is,
right, I respect your point of view,
but I mean, you're just kind of saying, oh, hey, like Jesus' life, the effect of Jesus' life. No, it's the effect of colonization and a religion. That doesn't mean anything about his life.
I respect your point of view. Sweet. Obviously,
so what is the evidence that he actually had a life?
I mean, I can tell you the Bible, but then you say...
Okay, well, how did you determine that was historically accurate when talking about his life? What did you compare it to say, look, this is true, because when it talks about his life here, we're able to confirm this?
Because the Bible was written by people that were around him.
Where does it say that?
Where does it say that?
Yeah.
All right, mate.
Where? Literally where? You just made a statement. Where in the Bible does it say it?
We have to agree to disagree.
No. You just made a claim that says the Bible was written by people who are around him. Where'd you get that idea? What book of the Bible was written by people around Jesus? Just name one. I'll pull
Some
it up.
of the disciples written a book.
And which one? Which book was written by a disciple? Just name one.
There was. Sorry, man. I gotta go.
Yeah.
I'm getting cold. But
You're getting cold?
yeah, they're calling me at the phone.
Oh, called. Oh, okay.
Yeah, cold.
Well, I mean, I would run
was
too
nice.
if I couldn't name a gospel. I mean, you're literally from the worst country in the world to be able to say, I can't name a gospel. Like, you guys got Rome. You got the Vatican just right down the street. You can't name a gospel?
One gospel, like Matthew, Luke.
Not a problem. Well, Luke is not a disciple. So that's not a thing. But Matthew was said to be a disciple. But where in Matthew does it say it's written by Matthew? What verse says it's written by Matthew? I mean, we'll go to it.
I really have got to leave you. I will drop you a follow and come back because I need to get into a call.
Well, at least
Was
answer
nice
this, yes or no. Do you think there's a verse in Matthew that says, my name is Matthew?
I don't think so, but if we know that
So
that's...
it seems a bit weird that you assume that it's written by somebody who never identifies themselves in the text.
Again, mate, we have to agree to disagree.
Nah, it's not to agree to disagree. It's a matter of fact. There is no point in this gospel where it says the name of the author. And he left. Agree to disagree, by the way, is what you would say if you disagree on like something where it's just a matter of opinion. It is not a matter of opinion. It literally never says, my name is Matthew at all in the gospel. And it's really weird that it's even called that because in the other gospels, his name is Levi. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense. All right. Let me check over there on the super chats. Maybe you guys have calmed down. But let's face it, probably not. Okay, $2 there from Tamad. I think I know who you are. Says NBC is rebooting 24 without Queefer Sub.
You obviously never had nothing happen to you drastic in your life before, host. So you like to talk.
Not necessarily.
You're one of them people that just talks out of their ass.
Okay,
just
cool.
to prove something that you can't prove.
You absolutely can prove that the Jesus of the New Testament.
You don't prove shit. You haven't proved anything. You just talk a bunch of dumb shit. It's stupid. I could say a bunch of shit like you and make up shit in my brain like you do.
Okay.
I could do the same thing.
Okay.
So tell me, what have you experienced? What death experience have you experienced?
What death experience?
You haven't
We're not talking
experienced
about
shit.
death
Yeah,
experience.
so you didn't pray to God. Who do you pray to when you're dying? You
Yahweh.
pray to a fucking dish?
Yahweh.
You pray to a dish?
I don't know what that is.
What do you pray to?
Yahweh.
What do you believe in?
Yahweh.
How come we can't say, what do you believe in?
Yahweh.
Who's Yahweh? That's
Not-
Jesus, right?
No.
All right, then. It is Jesus. Yeshua is Jesus.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, but you believe in a demon, probably. You were in a different life, and you're fucking, you love ice. You're good with ice. You love ice, huh? I heard you in a different live.
Me?
Yeah, I heard you in a different live, man. You're a Trump supporter.
What
You don't
live?
care about anything. You believe in humanity. That's what you believe in.
That doesn't sound like a Trump supporter.
Yep, but you believe in a Trump supporter. I heard you in a different live, man. You're like, I love ICE. I love this. I support what's going on. I heard you in a different live, bro.
Okay.
Why do you gotta lie?
What was
You
the
ain't
name?
gotta lie to kick
What
it.
was the name of that live? Whose live was it?
Huh? I heard you in a different live.
Whose live?
Talking about, it was one of them ICE supporting lives where, I'm okay with that. What's going on? They need to arrest all the immigrants. You're a go for it, right? I heard you in a different live, man.
Sweet.
The same voice.
So
It's you.
You think I'm just making shit up? and
Yeah, you
very
like to make shit
clearly-
up because you never had nothing bad happen to you in your life. Shit, I had near-death experience, and fucking I pray to God. I
Sounds like it
believe in
wasn't
Him
close
because I had
enough.
shit happen to me.
That
You
being
never had
said,
nothing
do
bad
you-
happen to you in life.
Do you
You're one of them
have-
dudes that think.
Cool. Do you have any evidence that Jesus actually existed 2,000 years ago?
He did exist.
Yeah, what evidence
He
do you
had
have?
disciples. He had disciples that were there watching over him.
Okay.
They watched
What do we
everything
have
he
from the
did.
disciples? What testimony do we have from the disciples?
What testimony do we
Yeah.
have from the disciples?
Yeah, you said that the disciples were there. What testimony do we have from them? Oh, yeah, go ahead and Google it. Alex, you there, buddy? I can't hear you whenever you're off the app. You would know that if you had enough followers to actually have your own live. You're not there, buddy? You're not finding anything? I'll give you a couple seconds. All right. Well, sorry, bud. I'm going to have to let you go. All right. He's gone. That was really weird. All right. Let's see. And then $1.99 from Matthew W. Martz says, what was Marcion's... Okay, plan of salvation. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I kind of get that. Yeah, soteriology, plan of salvation. So he believed that if you were to accept this new God, this God the Father, and accept that his son had more or less like been the sacrifice or whatever, you just accept his sacrifice or whatever, you start following this new God, that you'll be good. Like you're under a new covenant. You're no longer under the old covenant. There's this other God who you can follow. It was actually more of like a universal, almost more like automatic kind of concept. Someone actually posted, I can't remember what it was. It was something here recently. I think it may have been on TikTok. I don't remember who posted it, but I think it was. It was somebody who posted something that it was a picture of like the Pope or something like that. And I can't really, the background didn't really matter, but it said, so sin is inherited, but salvation isn't. And I never really kind of thought about it that way. That like the Christian paradigm and even Jewish, really all of it, all the Abrahamic faiths, the idea that you are flawed from birth, but this free salvation, you actually have to actively choose to follow it. Like, people will try to whittle it down. Like a lot of Protestants today, they will whittle it down to say, oh, it's free. It's something that you don't have to do anything. It's not works-based. And it's like, yeah, you do. Otherwise, it would automatically be granted and everybody would go to heaven. But under Marcion's view, that's kind of sort of what fucking happened. Like, you just kind of followed it. You just kind of followed that God. That was just kind of it. It was that simple. You didn't even really have to follow him. He was just kind of letting you know there's no more covenant. Like, the old covenant is gone. You don't have to do these rules. You're fine. And then Christianity today is, yeah, we no longer have these Old Testament rules. We just have a slightly different set of rules. And also these particular things that you need to do depending on what denomination in order to actually attain said faith or attain said immortal life. Marcion's just like, you just fucking get it. Like, it's just there. Let's see. $5 from Elope Nope said, my girlfriend queefed during yoga. I guess you could say the class was really opened up a dialogue. Was that the vagina monologues joke? Was that the joke? Was that the joke? Anyways, $9.99. Thank you very, very much from Tracy, formerly Yanto. I better not be reading that in some weird way or something like that to where like it's gonna end up being like some kind of like offensive way. Okay. I had something drastic happen to me. 2001, diagnosed with HIV, went to God. Oh, went to God. 15 years later, deconstructed. Mom passed away this May. Oh, sorry to hear that, man. God gave God a chance to win me back. It did nothing. See, that's the thing. There was the person who came up, the last guest or whatever, was like sometimes people will. It's almost like this like underhanded trauma dump where they expect that you've had to have gone through some shit in order to actually like experience the real version of God or the real version of Christianity and stuff like that, the real version of religion. And it's silly. It's silly. At the same time, if you've gone through like a really bad experience, some people are like, oh, you just had a bad experience. You just had a bad experience at church. That's why you're an atheist. And then it's like on the other side, people are like, "Oh, you're an atheist. Oh, that's because you didn't have a bad experience and see God." And it's like, what the hell are you talking about? It's almost as if there's no rhyme or reason. It's just something that you can look into without having a bad experience. I am telling you guys right now, my experience throughout life, I have not had a ton of heartbreak. I haven't. I mean, I've had shit that I wish didn't happen. Absolutely. We all have. But like, my life has not been terrible. I mean, it hasn't. I mean, there's obviously things I'd like to make better, but it just hasn't been terrible. I hear what people have gone through. I just read Tracy's, formerly Ianto, their comment, that sounds terrible. I have not gone through that. I haven't. But at the same time, I'm able to do the research and I'm able to present people with the information and the facts and everything like that I have found and I have seen, and you can go and see and you can go and find just as easily. I'm able to do that without having to have those like crazy interactions and stuff. In fact, yeah, as Robin said there in the chat, church was fun for me. I enjoyed church. I have sometimes lamented the fact that I don't go to church. I have lamented that. Does it somehow mean that Jesus is real? No. That's not how that works. Facts over feelings, guys. Facts over feelings. And also, and I can say that with also saying that your feelings are valid. Your feelings are valid. It is a fact that you have these feelings. Feelings aren't facts necessarily, but it is a fact that you have feelings. All right. Let's see. Facts over Felix. That's funny. Christians will tell you it's the Holy Spirit pulling you back. Yeah, apparently is how it works. But anyways, Tracy, what I say to you is, first of all, thank you for sharing. And secondly, damn. That fucking sucks. It really does. I can't even imagine being in that kind of position or situation. Situations. Nevertheless, it sounds like you've got a good head on your shoulders. It sounds like you're able to actually like see through any kind of potential bullshit that would be trying to tug on your heartstrings to run back to something that wasn't actually beneficial in the first place or even real. You've gone through a lot. That's very obvious. And a weaker person would have caved. Good on you, Tracy. Good on you. $2.79 there from a Canadian, actually, from Nick Grave says, Dear Mr. Queverson, new book Wind. That's not my name. And also, very soon. $5 from Elope Note says, and a mighty gust, I already know where this is going, went out across the land, and Noah counted the animals a second time, for he trusted it not. That actually didn't go the way that I thought it did. I sit corrected. All right, ultra based Pepe. What you got? What you got? Welcome to the panel.
So, more than 99% of historians, both religious and otherwise, believe in the existence of the historical person of Jesus of Nazareth.
That's a statistic. If you don't believe that he,
hold on, don't interrupt me.
I'm going to if I want to. So that's a statistic that you pulled out of your ass. But I'm going to stop you right there because I don't care. Even if the number that you very clearly just made up was true, it doesn't mean anything. Not really. It just means that like people who have studied at universities and stuff like that have just said something. Oh, and he left. All right. If you want to go find some evidence that they actually point to and come back up here to actually like present the evidence that they talk about, then we'll talk about it. Otherwise, I'm not just going to listen to an argumentum ad populum. I'm not going to do that. Like I'm not going to do that. All right. $1.99 from the prototype says your name is Queverson now. I really hope it's not, and I'd like to change it. Storm says he was reading that. He actually prepared a script, probably. His horse is named Gish. Gish, let's gallop. Actually, no. Here, let me see here. Don't interrupt me. Yeah, I don't know. It just kind of fucking said something. What do I have anything? I thought maybe I'd have something for. Maybe this one. I don't know what this is. All right, Gish, let's gallop. I thought that was a running sound. It was not. All right. No one in the guest request, so come on up. If you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul, click there or down there. Come on up. Slay Batty or something like that said you want to talk to him or something. I just sent you an invite. If you can request up, or if you can accept it, you should be fine. You said, how do I do the call? How do I want to talk to him? Well, I sent you an invite. Hopefully. Yeah, it was Willem scrolling. I didn't even know it was. I didn't know I had it. Or at least right there. I knew I had it somewhere. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Maybe that one would work better. Maybe. Come on, gallop. Or sorry. Come on, Gish. Let's gallop. That worked a little better. All right. I like your new insult. It's on point. Oh my god. Yeah, yeah. I think you sent that. You sent that to me. I gotta fucking find it though. This is gonna be so much work to go get this thing. I didn't download it. That's the problem. Oh, make it a little easier. Okay, where is it? Okay, there it is. Slam dunk. There we go. And I think this is it. There we go. Yeehaw. You fucking Zamboni. That's the entire thing. It's so silly. It doesn't make any sense. It's never gonna make any sense. All right. Let's see. Really fast. $5 on Super Chat there from Lotna says, and the burning bush spake into Moses, and Moses said, I know that sound, and thou art not a bush. Kind of like that. $2 from Matthew Mulkeen says, really dislike Phildo. Oh, Philbro. Phildo. Yeah, Phildo. Intonation, thanks for the kick. Yeah. He needed it. $5 there from Everlasting Godstopper says, now that we've surpassed 365 queefs, we can establish a queef-based calendar. Merry Queefmas. I hate that actually, like, technically makes sense. I can't stand that concept. All right, George, what you got for us, George?
Yes. I just listened to a few of your arguments.
Okay.
And
It's always good
first,
to know
before I get
that
into my
somebody's
argument,
listening. Say what?
Okay, before I get into my argument,
Mhm.
I want to question your methodology.
My methodology.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if I use your criteria,
What's my criteria?
someone like contemporary sources,
That'd be good.
things like manuscripts, witness accounts.
Yeah.
You
Those would be
account for
contemporary
author
sources.
bias.
Manuscripts? I don't know if I ever say the word manuscripts per se. I'm
more
not...
like the books, the writings.
What about them?
No, I'm saying if I
what do
use
I want the
your-
manuscripts to be? Like plentiful, or like do I care more about the
like
quantity? Do I
closer
care
to
about the
the
quality?
original.
Like what do I care about the manuscripts?
You want them to be closer to the supposed dates and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. So again, you're kind of saying the same thing. It sounds like 3 times. That is going to be. You said contemporary, and then you said manuscripts, and what you meant by manuscripts was close to that time period, which is just contemporary. You can just whittle it into that, or just work into that one. And then you finally said witnesses and stuff like that. And again, that would be just say contemporary. Just say contemporary, and you can get it over with. Man.
Okay. Contemporary sources. I don't know if I'm leaving anything out in your
I
criterion.
mean, that's not the only way that we can determine that somebody existed, but I mean, it's a pretty good way.
But basically, listening to your argument.
Mm-hmm. And what do I say?
Alexander...
What do I say that's better than contemporary evidence? What do I say that's better than that?
Someone's personal writings.
That's about on
I'm not
par,
sure.
I feel like. But what's even better than a writing?
I think you said something about DNA, something like that.
Yeah, if we have like DNA, or if we have their descendants, or we have like their remains, or we have something archaeological that we can date somehow, specifically using like carbon dating or something like that, that'd be pretty good.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's the point.
Yep.
If I take all that and I apply it to someone, for example, like Alexander the Great, he wouldn't have existed according to your...
No, that's not correct. The Babylonian Astronomical Diary is contemporary to him, and it mentions him. We also have administrative documents that mention him, and we have certain fragments, not entire text, but fragments from his personal historians who were eyewitnesses. They are manuscripts from people who were there, and they are contemporary, which meets all 3 of your redundant synonyms.
Yeah, but the main ones that we rely on, like everyone relies on, come centuries way later, like Arian, Diogenes.
Nope. So what you're talking about is you're talking about a later biography, which not only cites the earlier sources anyways, so they're still better than the Gospels, but on top of that, that's not what you said. You didn't say, we know that Alexander the Great did X, Y, and Z. You just said that he existed.
No,
listen, George.
Not that he did X, Y, and Z.
George. His existence is not proved by a later biography. His existence is much more easily proved by contemporary items like the Babylonian Astronomical Diary, or administrative documents about him coming through to destroy a certain area, or the fragments that actually date to his lifetime from the contemporaries that knew him, his personal historians. These would be things that we can actually look at to determine that he actually existed. If you were simply talking about existence, then in that case,
that's all I was talking
Alexander,
about.
yes, than Alexander the Great, we have things that we don't have for Jesus. So that was a terrible argument. And George, you should feel terrible for even bringing it up because that was awful.
Yeah, I can concede that it was probably a terrible
so what else
argument,
you got?
But my point was basic. Okay, let me get into my argument then. I noticed you said...
Well, if it's based off of what you just said, then it's not going to go anywhere. So you're going to have to pivot.
No. I said I'm going to get into my main... This was like a side note.
Oh, okay. Sweet. Well, that was a really weird, like, little dog trail to take me on.
A bad one. So you say self-attestation does not establish authorship for Paul specifically.
What?
Like him saying this is Paul doesn't mean that it's Paul.
You mean in the pastorals?
Like in the letters of Paul.
In like the pastorals, like 1 Timothy, 2 Timothy, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, even Christian scholars acknowledge that when it says Paul, that doesn't necessarily mean Paul. Have you ever heard of the concept of 6 or 7 authentic letters of Paul, or the authentic letters of Paul? You ever heard that concept?
Yeah.
That's because scholars understand. That's because scholars understand that there are some that are so incredibly different in style that they couldn't be written by him. So it sounds like just saying you're from Paul doesn't mean you're from Paul, right?
Yes, that's
yeah. So just having him self-attest, that doesn't mean jack fucking shit.
Okay, so are you saying that there are some that are contested and some that are not? Or
even from Christian scholar standards, there are some that are contested and some that are not.
Yeah, but in general, we can say that a few letters were written by Paul, right?
No. In general, if you take a look at the entire book level of that author, you can say that this author is consistent with another book. To say that Paul is the one who actually wrote it is kind of asinine, but that's what they call the author of that particular text. If you look at the book level of those 6 or 7 books that people say are authentic, what that means is that at the book level, they seem to come back as the same author based on their style. What this would mean is that there is an author. That does not mean that his name is actually Paul. Yes. Obviously, someone else who's claiming to be Paul is not Paul. So, or is not even the same author. So very clearly, people can go around and say they're Paul and not actually be Paul. So at best, at the very best, what those people found is a common author. That does not mean, that does not mean that it's Paul.
Yeah, I was just pointing out that...
Anything else?
We can recognize that it's the same author.
I mean, at the book level. I mean, at the chapter level, it's all over the place. If you cut these authentic letters into pieces, you'll see that there are actually multiple authors within the text. So it's not going to mean anything. But that being said... that being said... We don't have any mention of these letters or anything like that until about 144. And when they're first published, about 9 or 10 of them are published at first, in their first iteration, their earliest iteration in that collection. That means that up to 4 of them, even according to Christians, are fake right off the bat. So not good. Definitely not good.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that...
Is there anything else you've got?
Yeah, I got a few.
Okay.
For example, you challenged someone before to see whether any gospels are written within the 1st century.
Yep.
So generally we can agree Mark was written first, then Matthew and Luke, then John was written last.
Of the 4 canonical gospels, yeah.
Yeah. Then if you look at the manuscripts, we have John's Gospel P52. It's dated to around 125 to 50
No,
AD.
Actually, not at all. So right here on your screen is P52. It is housed at the University of Manchester. This is their website at the John Rylands Research Institute and Library. And when you read, it says recent research. The first editor, in other words, the first person who came out with the information, dated the fragment to the first half of the 2nd century, which is what you're talking about. The date was estimated paleographically by comparing handwriting with other manuscripts. Recent research points to a date near to 200. Try harder.
Yeah, but there's no convincing evidence that it's earlier, I think.
No, it says there is no convincing evidence that any earlier fragment... No, listen. There is as yet no convincing evidence that any earlier fragments from the New Testament survive. In other words, 200 is when it dates to, and it's the earliest thing. You're going to have to try harder.
Yeah, it's the earliest. Okay. Yes, we can say, for example, it dates closer to 200. But this proves it was found in Egypt. It's a copy rather than an original.
Okay.
So it's proving that by around the late, is this second century?
200 is the
John's
last
gospel
year
is in
of the second
circulation.
century. Yeah, by the last year of the
That's what I'm
second
saying.
century.
By the late,
Yep. The late second
approximately
century.
by the late,
literally the last year of the second century.
Gospel of John.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the late second century that the Gospel of John is in circulation across the Mediterranean, meaning it was written earlier.
Okay. If it's a copy, that means it was written earlier. We're aware.
Yeah,
and
that's
I
what
would
I'm
say
saying.
that
Like,
John is written about 160. Do you have any evidence it was before 160?
yeah.
What?
Let me
What
see
do you
if I
have?
can find.
Oh, you do have it, but you're looking for it?
No, I'm saying let me see if I can find if there's evidence.
So you don't have it right now?
No.
Okay. Why'd you say yes?
I think P52 proves it was written in the mid-second century. That's
okay.
what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that's what I say. The mid-second century. You're correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Then
you just kind of fell ass
I don't see how
backwards
that
into
addresses
exactly what I just said.
Yeah. Okay.
John was written in the
Then,
mid-second century. You literally just said it, and I agree with you.
Yeah, that's the earliest you can find. Okay. Then I want to get into your point of Marcion, if that's okay.
Oh, okay.
You say, wait, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that Luke copied Marcion?
Luke uses Marcion as its primary source, yes.
But how is that possible?
I don't know
if
what you're
Marcion is
asking.
a second century writer.
Well, as you just said, John is written in the middle of the second century, and I concur because that's what I said. And then you just kind of said the same thing. If John is in the middle of the second century, it's not too terribly far-fetched to think that the other Gospels are right after it. Luke comes after Marcion. It is written in the middle of the second century. Do you have any evidence that the Gospel of Luke is written? Say what?
John is written last.
Yep, in
Matthew,
the middle
Mark,
of the
Luke
second
are
century.
written before that.
Yep.
Yeah, it points to earlier.
Earlier than the mid-second century? Okay.
Yeah.
So earlier
like Matthew,
in the
Mark,
mid-second.
and Luke. Yeah, the synoptic gospels were written in the early second century.
No.
That's from the evidence we can have.
No. What's your evidence of that?
Yeah, basically, if
Nope.
John was
What's your
written in the
evidence?
mid... Okay,
what is your evidence? What is your argument for why John has to be, if John, let's say John is written in 160, what is your evidence that that makes the other three Gospels in the early second century?
Because the other three are written earlier.
Earlier, how early
than John.
How much of a... Give me your argument for how far of a distance you put and why between the Gospels.
If we are being conservative, we can say within a decade, 10, 20 years.
Where are you getting that? Like how? Oh my God! Somebody
just like from normally historical methodology.
It looks so stupid over on YouTube because they can't see the little mustache. I just feel like an idiot. All right. Anyways, but go ahead. Where is your explanation as to why there needs to be more than 10 years between the Gospels?
Because actually, I don't know. I don't think they need to be actually. So probably could have been written around the same time. Probably.
Okay. Well, then if John is in the middle of the second century, then that means about the same time we've got everything in the middle of the second century. Thanks for playing. Anything else that you wanted before we go ahead and drop you down?
Okay, I want to address your point on Tacitus.
Okay. So you've brought up 3 points and you got your ass kicked on all 3 of them. Would you like to go for that fourth?
Yeah,
Are you sure?
Knowledgeable. No.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yes.
So what do you get?
You say the Christ that is mentioned in Tacitus is not Jesus, right?
No, it's definitely the Jesus character. Why wouldn't it be?
Oh, you say it's Jesus.
It's supposed to be Jesus. Like in that interpolated line that is talking about Christ being unalived by Pilate. Yeah, that's supposed to be the Jesus character. It's just not written by Tacitus. That's the problem.
Yeah. It's not written by Tacitus.
Nope. It's interpolated into. That's why the first time that we get that mention is from an earlier Christian or a mention about that is by a Christian in the early 5th century. Sulpicius Severus.
Oh, okay.
Sulpicius Severus.
Is it the same case for Pliny also?
Not that I can tell. I mean,
is
some people have questioned.
Pliny?
Some people have questioned whether or not that's authentic. There have been people who have dived in and looked at that. We can't seem to replicate their results, but I mean, I'm fine with Pliny being an interpolation. I've heard the idea, I've heard the argument, but I don't see it. But I mean, that would make my case a lot easier.
But if Pliny's Christ is Jesus, that means that
Sweet. Is his
that
name
around
Jesus in
the
the text?
early 1st century.
If
No, but we can.
yeah,
Okay, Penny,
also, and if my grandmother had wheels, then she'd be a bike.
can I?
But that doesn't mean that the
Okay,
Christ that is
let's.
mentioned there is Jesus, especially when he doesn't say the name Jesus, even after torturing and unaliving some of the Christians. He never gets that name. Doesn't mention
Yes.
anything from the New Testament, doesn't mention any kind of connection to Jews or Judea, or the fact that this Christ is even a man and not just a deity. So in no way, shape,
Okay,
or form
can I?
can you say that this Christ has to be Jesus. The word Christian just
I
means
can
that
show
you
you how
follow
it
Christ,
is.
and the word Christ is a title that applied to different gods and different
Yes,
people
I can show you
prior
how
to
it
Jesus.
is.
So unless you have any positive evidence that that Christ
Yes,
is
I do.
actually Jesus, then we're going to go ahead and just drop you down. What do you got?
Yeah, I have positive evidence.
Sweet. What
Okay,
you got?
so we see that Pliny
Mm-hmm.
describes Christians in 4 things: that they refuse emperor worship, that
The
they
what?
commit themselves to some sort, they refuse to worship the
Okay.
emperor,
Okay.
that they meet before dawn. That's the second one. That they
Okay.
sing hymns to a figure called Christ,
Okay.
and that they commit themselves to a different moral conduct than the regular citizens of Bithynia. Right?
Okay.
And this matches early Christian writings.
Yeah, it's
For
almost
example,
like Christians were Christians.
yes, okay. For example, in First Peter describes Christians in Asia Minor, which is
Yeah,
where
none of
Bithynia
this is going to tell you. None of this is going to end with that Christ was
And
Jesus.
okay,
Listen,
Okay.
listen,
and
George, listen. If this
Yeah.
is Christians, which I believe it is Christians, then the later Christians are going to have their same moral code, but also a story. All I'm saying is that 3 decades later, they come up with a Jesus story. You saying that these people act the same as the same religion doesn't mean anything to me. All I'm saying is that
No, I'm
eventually,
saying- okay.
listen, eventually
Yeah.
they have a story. You're not going to be able to say that because these people act like people 30 years later from the same religion, that therefore everything these people 30 years later say is what these first people said or what these first people believed in. That's not how that works. That's not how that works at all. That's like saying that prior to the concept of universal priesthood, the Christians had to go to a priest to confess their sins and stuff like that, and to talk to God to intercede on their behalf, right? But then later on, they have universal priesthood. That's like you pointing at Baptists today and saying, "Oh, hey, because Baptists are Christians and Catholics in the fucking 3rd century were Christians, that means that the Catholics in the 3rd century had universal priesthood, that they didn't go to a priest." And that is not the case. They did, because that's just a later concept that shows up way later, way later into the religion. That doesn't have anything to do with it. I don't know what happened there with TikTok, but TikTok was given a hard time. But my point is, simply because of the fact that something shows up in a religion later on does not mean that the people initially in that religion had the same exact concept. You're pointing to how they treated each other, and treating each other in a particular mystery cult, a particular way is probably not going to change very much over a 30-year period. But their beliefs can. What they have in text and what they have in their theology can. That's what I'm saying.
Hello?
Yep. I can hear you.
Okay. I'm saying we have Christian writings that predate Tacitus
We
and
do not
Pliny.
have any Christian writings that predate Tacitus.
Paul.
No. There's no evidence. You have presented no evidence whatsoever that Paul was writing prior.
No, but Paul's writings are dated to before,
No.
like in the mid-first century.
How? Prove them. Prove it.
The Paul's writings are consistent with the first century Roman context.
Where?
They describe a
Where?
lot of,
What does it talk about from the first century?
it talks about places that are in Roman first century. It talks about peoples.
A place that's not in the second century?
I give you a specific example.
There are no people or places that it talks about that aren't there in the second century as well.
No, I'm saying like the cultural context also.
No, there's not a cultural context in Paul that is first century. That is, you're just pulling that out of your ass now.
I'm not pulling it out of my ass, but I'm saying...
You are. Give me an example then.
How? Okay, let me pull up an example. Give me...
I mean, I guess you could mute yourself. You didn't have to mute yourself, but... Yeah, he got beat down in easy mode and now he switches to hard mode? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why he wanted to do that. You know what? I can't prove this guy. Well, what he's trying to do is he's trying to prove Jesus by appealing to Paul, which is not going to get anywhere because there's less evidence for Paul than there is for Jesus. Is that really what they...
Okay, I have a few ways people determine where Paul is written in the first century. We can go with the Gallio inscription.
That's not in the Pauline epistles, so try harder.
No, but it's in Acts.
Yeah, I know that's not the Pauline epistles, so nope, you can't date the Pauline epistles by pointing to something else.
No, it's describing who is said to be the author.
No. Again, Acts is written by Luke, or the same author who wrote the Gospel of Luke, who borrowed from Evangeline, and you and I have already discussed that, and you already conceded, or already stated the idea that that's in the middle of the second century. Therefore, it's not written by anybody who knows Paul or anything like that, and it's just historical fiction. So no, you can't use Acts to somehow date Paul.
51 to 52 AD.
Say what?
Like this... Gallio, the person.
I understand who Gallio is. That doesn't mean anything. The inscription that we have does not mention Paul at all. Paul is not mentioned at all prior to that.
Yes, it's saying in Acts he appears
so
before
Acts
Gallio.
Does not mean anything because that is something written in the middle of the second century after the Pauline epistles have already come out and everything like that. They are just trying to give a backstory to Paul. That's all they're doing. So the Gallio inscription does not mean anything. We are trying to figure out... What you were trying to do is you were trying to figure out the Roman context found in the Pauline epistles, and you immediately pointed to something. Yeah, okay. And when you tried to find it, you pointed to something that is a book written in the middle of the second century. So, no. There's literally no mention of Gallio in the Pauline epistles. Your job was to try to find how the Pauline epistles have Roman context, and you pointed to something in the middle of the second century.
Okay, Paul refers to cities and provinces as they were organized in the first century, not in the second.
Where does it... Give me an example.
Okay, for example, Galatians 1:2 refers to Galatia, refers to the Roman province, not the ethnic region, right? As it was described in other Roman literature. In
and it's not described that way in the second century? What are you talking about?
I'm saying the way Roman letters...
Also, the earliest iteration of Paul's letters does not include that. Sorry.
Where?
The earliest iteration of Paul's letters does not include that line.
How do you know?
Because of the reconstructions of Marcion's Apostolicon from 144 from Jason Badun.
Okay, it still refers to other regions, Achaia, Romans 15:26, and 1 Thessalonians 1:7.
Romans 15:26. Let's see.
Yes, the region of Achaia, whatever.
No, that's 1 Corinthians.
what I'm basically my argument, this matches Roman administrative system of the
Okay.
first century, not
Romans
the second.
15:26, you said?
Yeah, 1526.
Literally none of Romans 15 is even in the 144 version. So next.
Yeah, because Marcion reduces the gospel. We know that.
No, we don't. And if you try to say anything about how Marcion is not the first, then we're going to have a problem because of the fact that we've already agreed that this is second century stuff. So if you try to appeal to something before Marcion, right now you're just trying to prove that the Pauline epistles themselves have something prior. So it's got to be something that he has there in 144. Otherwise, I don't know how you have any evidence of anything prior.
Okay. Let me give you another one.
Okay.
Okay. Apart from First Thessalonians 1:7, still mentions the same Achaia.
1 Thessalonians 1:7
Mm-hmm.
does not. It's not found at all. Only
In?
part of verse 1 of chapter 1 in 1 Thessalonians is found in the 144 version. Verse 7 is not there in its entirety.
Another one, it mentions Macedonia in 2 Corinthians 8:1.
2 Corinthians 8:1. Let's see. There's not. Chapter 8 is not even there. There's chapter 7. 8 is not there. Neither 9 nor 10. It then goes to what we have in chapter 11. Try harder.
There's no chapter?
There's no chapter 8, 9, or 10. And only one verse from chapter 7. And this is in
But we have
2
other Christian
Corinthians.
writings that include it.
I don't know what to tell you, man. You are trying to find things that would somehow show that it is something that is written prior to 144,
okay.
and you are pointing to certain concepts in the text, but the concepts you were talking about
Yes.
are things that are not found in the 144 version. So I don't
But
know
they're
how
found
to,
in other
I don't know how to
versions.
tell, yeah, the versions that are afterwards. Yeah, congratulations.
Okay,
You're
then why
pointing
would
to
they
later
add this
manuscripts.
other version? Okay.
Because
would
they
they
are
add
trying to give
this-
a backstory to where Paul is supposedly at. That's the point. It's
That's your
post-Acts.
hypothesis.
Okay. Well, you can't show me any evidence whatsoever that it was found prior to the 144.
Okay, let me
Okay.
see.
So was that it? Was that all the verses that you
No.
had?
In Philippians 3:20, it shows Paul writes, uses the citizenship. Our citizenship is in heaven. That statement.
That
the
has
Greek
nothing
word
to do with the first century.
Okay,
Has nothing
I
to
know.
do with the first
It's
century.
not.
You're going to have to move on.
It's regarding Roman citizenship.
Sweet. You're going to
right?
have to move on to the first. You're going to have to move on to your next point. You're trying to find some kind of evidence that it's from the first century. That what you just said doesn't have anything to do with the first century.
Okay. Okay, let me find the evidence.
It's almost lunchtime at Applebee's.
Okay, so you see, for the verses you mentioned.
What?
Hello. For the verses you mentioned that Marcion doesn't include. Marcion is collecting the letters, right?
No.
Can we both agree on that? He's
No.
not writing the letters.
No.
How? How do you know he's writing them?
Because there are multiple authors whenever we take a look at them stylometrically. But either way, it doesn't matter. In 144, they do not have the verses that you just tried to say, so it doesn't fucking matter.
Okay, my basic arguments are you can refute them.
Sweet. All right.
The
So
Roman
either
provincial
give
names.
nope. We are looking for evidence for Paul's letters being in the first century. If you don't provide it at this point now, what I'm going to go ahead and do.
Okay.
is I've talked to you before, and you're very annoying, and you just keep trying to climb this hill, and you're not even taking your first steps yet. So go ahead and provide the
Paul
evidence that it's in the first
addresses-
century, or you can say, you know what? This is the only way that you're not going to catch a block. The only way you're not going to catch a block is by saying, actually, no, you are correct. The earliest iterations we have of Paul's letters are from the 2nd century. That's how you don't get a block. Or you can provide direct evidence that Paul's letters are from the 1st century instead of beating around the bush like you keep trying to. Because you keep trying to appeal and say, "Oh, Marcion did this, Marcion." No, give me something that we can definitely tell was there in 144, the earliest iterations we know we have. Show
But
me
that's
something that
okay,
we
I'ma
know
go.
was in 144. Because if
I'ma
it
go,
wasn't
but
in
that's your assumption
144
that
and
Marcion
that's
is
the
the
earliest
earliest
version
version.
that we have, then I don't know what to tell you. Like, you can argue all you want that Marcion took pieces out of it. You can do that, but there's no evidence that he did.
Yes. But there is, though. I can
There's
give you
none,
evidence that
because we
Marcion
don't
took
have
things
any
out.
evidence of these texts prior to 144. That's the problem. If he's the first person
Okay,
to
let me
mention
give you
them,
the evidence for Marcion taking it out.
listen. If he is the first person to mention them in 144, then there's no way to say, hey, there is a more robust version that is prior to 144. Where are you getting the evidence?
Can I give you evidence against your statement Marcion took things out?
No, because we've already that is a open and shut case. It's already done. You can give me evidence for Paul's letters being in the first century. That's what you're looking for.
I have
Go ahead.
evidence for Marcion taking things
Sweet.
out.
Give me evidence of Paul's letters being in the first century.
But your evidence is that Marcion is the first one to say it.
We don't have any. Do you have any mention of Paul's letters before 144 from anyone else?
No.
Okay, so then we're going to have to go off of the
okay,
earliest version.
Yes. And
yeah, okay, so the earliest version doesn't have it, and I don't care about whether or not you think
you see, now you're
he
saying
took
you
things
don't
out
care.
of it. Because
but
he did.
I have evidence
because no,
Marcion is described to taking things out.
I understand that he is described that way, but he is described that way at the same time that the later church fathers like Irenaeus and Tertullian also said that his camp, the Marcionites, said that their versions are earliest and people added to them. So they're literally saying there's two ways to look at this. You're just choosing one of them. What I'm doing is I'm saying, let's just take a look at what we do have, which is the evidence that is in front of us. I'm not going to make any, I'm not going to, listen, I'm not going to make any assumptions either way. I'm just going to take a look at the earliest version. And if it's not in the earliest version, I can't just magically say it was there earlier. All right? So, provide the evidence that Paul's letters were in the first century. Go ahead. Or you can admit that they weren't, and we'll continue the conversation. And if you don't provide evidence, then you will be blocked. Those are the three options.
All I'm saying is you haven't let me give him the chance to say the evidence.
Go ahead and give the evidence. Give the evidence for Paul's epistles. Go ahead.
Yes, and you can block me. You've just not let me give him the chance for Marcion.
Sounds good. Say hello to your mom for me.
Even you.
All right. Let's see. We've got. Oh God. $5 there from Zeno Laputo. I'm always terrified of actually like reading these things. Okay. A breeze below that softly weaves. Oh God. A sudden draft that just relieves. A puff a puff down low where no one grieves. Warm air escapes through silk and sleeves. Good God. All right, $5 from Elope Nope says, last one, and the angel Gabriel appeared unto Mary in a rush of wind, and Mary said, Gabriel, announce thyself with the trumpet like everyone else. Hopefully everything's good there. Is everything... Is this what family does? Is everybody good? Or is everybody able to see me? I think I'm coming fine. I'm going fine there on... I think it's fine there on TikTok. That's really weird. YouTube, I think it just randomly told me that there was some kind of issue. No idea. I think it might just be a YouTube thing. Everything was fine there on Yeah, everything was fine on TikTok. It kept going. That's really weird. I've never seen that before. Earlier today, there was a problem on TikTok, and it just kind of like had a little blip, and then on YouTube, it had a little blip. That's really strange. Never seen that before. All right. Let's see here. $5 from Cameron Villaroso that says, going to have a glass of wine after lunch and enjoying this entertaining show. When is YR, I think that's your BD birthday? By the way, hashtag raccoon buttholes. I didn't know that using that phrase to describe what people in the UK eat on a daily basis. I didn't know that using that phrase to describe it would be so popular. And then €2 from Soad. I guess that's System of a Down. Says, hello, new here. What's your actual point in this? Like, what's my goal or what's my argument? My argument is that even the natural Jesus and Paul as presented by the New Testament did not exist, based off of the fact that it doesn't line up with what we know about the first century in a lot of different regards. As far as my goal is to encourage people to be able to question whether or not they believe true things or false things and see if there's any evidence to support their current beliefs. And if there's not any evidence, set it to the side. If there's evidence against it, stop believing it. It's as simple as that. But if you do have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, if you're watching on YouTube or on TikTok, if you're watching on TikTok, the link to request or the request button should be right about there-ish, somewhere in there. Yeah. Or down here-ish. Just click that button and come on up. I want to hear from you. I really do. If you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul. If you're on YouTube, click the link that's in the chat. I use TikTok to take guests. YouTube doesn't give me that option. So please click that link or send a super chat. I promise I will read it out loud like I did earlier there and respond to it. And I'd like to remind you guys, and we've reached the point where we've got to basically remind all you motherfuckers that if you are a Bible-believing Christian, you should absolutely come up here and give me evidence for Jesus or Paul 2,000 years ago. Because, as 1 Peter 3:15 says, as you can see there, always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have. But do this with gentleness and respect. In other words, you should always be prepared to defend why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you. Depending on your translation, it'll actually say demanded. But do it with respect. Respectfully. Respect. If you don't come up here and give the evidence for Jesus or Paul existing 2,000 years ago, if you die tonight, Jesus is going to look you dead in the eyes. He's going to say, depart from me, I never knew you. You didn't take time out of your busy-ass schedule to come up here and give evidence to the guy dressed as a cowboy on TikTok and YouTube about Jesus and Paul existing. Get thee behind me, Satan. Go to hell. I'm sorry. If you don't come up here and give me the evidence, then God gets sad. And when God gets sad, he unalives a puppy. The same puppy twice. Look it up. It's in the book of Daniel. Sorry. Save the puppies, guys. Hashtag save the puppies. Give me evidence for Jesus or Paul or the puppy gets it. Metallica 3:16. SOB 3:16, really. Hashtag save the puppies, everybody. Bree says, do you know how long it took me to catch on to your puppy shit? I don't even really know what you're talking about.
Hey,
Stop fucking owls. All right. If you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear it. Let's see. Robin says, "How did proto-Catholics get funding in the 2nd century?" Well, whenever you're like all like band together in like your community and stuff like that, you're gonna watch out for each other, that kind of thing. I mean, so realistically, look, this is my personal take here. Personally, I think that Christianity was, how would I say this? Probably a like it's syncretic. We can tell. But it was probably something that was more of like this grassroots kind of like collective kind of thing. It was probably a really cool thing, at least at first. It was fairly progressive. They were open to a whole bunch of new ideas and philosophy and stuff like that. They were open to things. It's just that eventually, as anything goes, it gets caught up in some kind of person or some kind of group of people or something like that kind of coming in and saying, hey, we're going to start running things. And those are the people who could actually read or write. Because once you actually started getting into this weird arms race of who has a book, or who has a text that you can rally around for your sect or your church or your community, that's when things got out of hand. And the people who could read or write were the people who had money. The elites within Roman society are the people who could actually like produce this work. You had Proteus, he was of money. You had Marcion, who was of money. Literally anybody back then who could read or write, you could know was in money. They were somebody who they would have been somebody who could have afforded an education, a formal education. So I think it's like Woodstock or Burning Man. And then it just becomes this like corporate thing. That's basically what it is. People start hopping into the religion and start kind of bullying people around and saying, oh, well, I'm smarter than you because I can read or write, and lording over them and changing up the theology and establishing theology and stuff like that. And I think a lot of them were probably, again, they meant well, but overall they were ruining something that was probably, and this bit speculative, but I would say probably a pretty good thing. Something that was of the people. They saved up money for 5 years to pay Marcion to write stories for them. It's possible. My co-author actually believes that Marcion may have hired somebody to actually write these stories for them, and they may have like actually paid people to write the Gospels for them. Similar to how the Empress paid money to have somebody in the late 2nd century write about Apollonius of Tyana. Waterloo, Coachella. Yeah. That's how it works. Now people choose not to read. All right. Slenko said Jaren's a Christian. What? 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 All right. We've got Elon. Elon? Is that how you pronounce it? Elon?
Yeah, what's up? Hold on, can you hear me?
That's a pretty cool name. I like that. Is that your real name, Elon?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
Yeah, are you like arguing for Christianity or against Christianity?
It's not really about Christianity per se. It's just like a historical take on Jesus or Paul. I would say that they didn't exist historically.
Like historically?
Mm-hmm.
Well, like for me, I'm an atheist, but like I still believe that Jesus was possibly a historical figure, you know, based on like manuscripts and you know, I'm pretty sure we have evidence for the crucifixion.
Manuscripts?
Yeah.
What about them?
We
how many manuscripts we have or something?
Not really based on that. I would just say because you know, what I know of, you know, Jesus is mentioned a lot through different stories of. I can probably provide you some evidence for that, but I don't really believe in the Christian framework. but I'm pretty sure I believe that Jesus was a historical figure, though. Like he existed, possibly.
Okay. Well, what kind of evidence got you to believe that?
Let me see if I can give you some real quick.
And you got a lot of sound there in the background.
Yeah, I'll go deaf in real quick. Here, that should fix it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so, I'm probably just gonna concede. I don't really know what I'm arguing for. Like, I'm not really
The
familiar with this
historical
topic. I
evidence
mean,
for Jesus? I mean, you said that he probably existed or possibly existed or whatever. So
yeah,
I mean,
like based on like
based
just
on
the
what?
manuscript that I have,
What
or like that
manuscripts?
I've researched. Yeah, so we would just have like Josephus, and like Tacitus or like the Pilate Stone, and then like the early Christian manuscripts.
All right. Well, Josephus is interpolated into by Eusebius a little over 200 years after the death of Josephus. We can tell this for a myriad of different reasons, and we can dive into it if you want. Tacitus is also interpolated into, we don't know who is the interpolator, but it would have to be sometime before or after the end of the beginning of the 3rd century and sometime before the early 5th century. Because of when Tacitus is alluded to or talked about from Christians. Yeah. So I mean, there's those as far as
Yeah, sure.
that
Yeah,
goes.
I'll just concede. I'll concede. All right.
All right. Let's see. Okie dokie. Real good. $5 from a Lope Nope says, "What's the difference between a G spot and a golf ball? A man will actually spend 20 minutes looking for a golf ball." Okay, I'm going to timeout. Wait for Christ. What? Ah, man. So, all right. I don't know what's going on. Okay, my kids are taking it. Okay, so as far as hello, compas. I actually don't play a lot of golf. I'm actually really bad at golf. I'm actually really bad at it. The only type of golf that I enjoy is mini golf. I took my kids to mini golf a couple of days ago. There's like a local place. We were just looking for things to do, and they were having some kind of like little cheap special or something. And it was like an indoor place because we're trying to find something to do indoors is the thing. So I took them to like a little mini golf thing, and my daughter, she got a hole in one for the first time in her life, and she was over the fucking moon because she's the type of mini golfer who like we just go ahead and like we have a limit or whatever, and at this place they're like, okay, the limit is 5, to kind of keep people moving. So if you hit over 5 or hit 5 or whatever, just put down a 5 and move on. She's the type of person just 5 like that. But then all of a sudden she hit a 1 or she hit a hole in one, and she was like, oh my god, and I was like, hey, it was really cool. It's a cool moment to be there for, obviously. All right. Let's see. $1.99 there from the Prototype. 1619 says, currently ordering from Taco Bell. What to get? Well, what you do is you hop on your phone, and because it's only available on the phone, and you do your build your own Lux box, and you put a chalupa, and then for your secondary item, you can either get a soft taco. I would recommend the Doritos Loco taco, nacho cheese flavored. And then as your side, it depends on how much cheese you want. You can either get the chips and cheese or maybe the cinnamon twist. It's really just between those two, in my opinion. But I would, if you want something healthy, you can take like the potato little bowl or whatever that's got like sour cream and cheese in it. And then, of course, for your drink, make sure to get it without ice because it's already cold and you get more drink. And it should come out to about $5.99. That's what I'm gonna do right there. Matthew and I's favorite place is Taco Bell. That's where we like get together and like meet and discuss things. So yeah, I know all about it. Okay. All right. Moving on to something else.
Hello?
Yes, it is cheaper on the app. We have a Ray?
Really stupid alias, yeah.
Oh, okay. Without the L's.
Yeah, sorry about that. How are you?
So really fast. So that's a word that has a double L in it, obviously.
It should. I don't know why it doesn't. Maybe I typed it in wrong.
Well, I mean, it definitely doesn't on your username, but it's fine. It's whatever. It doesn't matter. So really has 2 L's in it.
Mm.
Right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, okay. So do people who speak Spanish, do they pronounce it Ray?
Well,
Ray?
I don't know. I work at a taco place. I might have to ask.
Surely they don't. Like the first time that they saw the 2 L's, would they'd probably be like, the fuck is this word supposed to be?
Well, like English is kind of like one of those languages where you have to like know how it's pronounced in order to pronounce it well anyway, because our grammar rules don't make sense.
Yeah, Aaron makes a point there in the chat there that how many learn it by reading? They probably hear it first and then be like, oh, that's how you do that.
Right.
If you're from
like
Argentina,
the amount of people,
you would say like riashe or riashi or something. I don't know. It'd just be ridiculous if you learned it from reading first and tried to pronounce it or sound it out. Anyways. What you got for us today?
So I'd actually like to preface and say that I'm not Christian, but I am Muslim. And I'm coming in here because I was interested in the question. Now, maybe I'm out of my depth in debating this, but I suppose the way that I would tackle this argument is that, in order to prove that anything happened in history, we have eyewitness accounts, we have history books, we have, texts and such that were written by people.
Hold up. When you said history books, what do you mean by that?
Just any book that recalls like a historical event.
Oh, so like from an ancient historian or something, like somebody who's writing down, like chronicling something.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So
keep going past that. Keep going.
Right, because none of us were there to see the Roman Empire, but we can, without a doubt, confirm that the Roman Empire did exist because we have multiple people that said that it existed, and so on and so forth. And I think the same
we also
can
have
really,
like archaeological evidence of that. So it's pretty good.
Of course.
Yeah.
So
what would this have to be? What would this do in relation to Jesus?
Well, there's enough people that would say like, yes, I saw Jesus. There's enough historical evidence. Well, those that were, I guess, his companions. I'm sorry, I'm not a Christian, but
right.
Those that were closest to him.
I don't care if you're a Christian or not, but you're making the argument. So like, who says that they saw him? Because I'll go ahead and skip to the chase because it sounds like you probably haven't read the Gospels too terribly much if you're Muslim, I guess. But we don't have any Gospels where the author says, hey, I saw Jesus.
But there are descriptions of Jesus, aren't there?
I mean, there's descriptions of Harry Potter.
Well, sure, but we know those without a doubt to be fiction.
Why?
Because they're never built up to be. They're never built up to.
In other words, the text doesn't say this is real. I saw it. Same thing goes for the Gospels.
Well, if we compare Harry Potter to real life, we can obviously see that certain things don't match up, right?
To real life? Are you saying like from fantasy point of view?
Yeah, like Harry Potter supposes that,
it's a story of like a young boy who's chosen to be like the person who saves the world after, before he's even born, and then he grows up to do magic with his friends. And Harry Potter, by the way, instead of Jesus, is a young boy who is chosen before his birth to save the world, and he grows up to do magic with his friends. I mean, how is it not?
That's fair.
I mean, if you're going to say, hey, this is fiction because it doesn't line up with reality, I mean, yeah.
Right.
But
Jesus
I mean, if you're focusing
figure,
solely on like just the natural Jesus that's presented there, then I mean, it's still nothing. because
Okay, well, I guess
no
my
one
question
is
to you
saying I'm
is,
seeing this natural guy. I saw it. I was there.
like,
Like
my
no one
question to
appeals
you
to the
then is like,
natural Harry either.
right? Well,
Like take the magic out
um,
of Harry Potter. Take the magic out of the
sure.
stories of Jesus. Take the magic out of the stories of Harry Potter. Who is advocating for seeing these people at all?
Well, you could say that about any historical figure.
No. You take the magic out of stories of Ben Franklin from contemporaries of Ben Franklin who knew the guy. You take the magic out of him. There's not a lot of magic at all, unless you count his uncanny ability to get laid. Anyways, the point is, you take that magic out. It's still someone saying, I knew Ben Franklin. The author is saying, I know Ben Franklin.
Well, what makes you like think that Jesus? Are you trying to imply that you don't believe Jesus or Paul were real people?
Yeah, I'm saying that even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, as well as the Quran and the Book of Mormon, didn't exist. Even the natural versions, as presented by the New Testament, Quran, and Book of Mormon, did not exist. Now, obviously, Paul isn't really presented by the Quran.
Sure, right.
Very little in the Book of Mormon as well, if really at all.
But what led you to that like conclusion? Simply like the lack of evidence?
No, not the lack of evidence. Just the evidence against itself. I mean, the text itself can't even hold water because it contradicts itself. The Gospels are like the Gospels contradict themselves when talking about this Jesus character, even in the natural form. So you're going to have to carve out a Jesus from those Gospels and say, this is the one who existed. And I would simply ask you, how did you determine that the other one didn't? And whatever you say about how this other one didn't is what I'm going to use for yours. That's basically how it works. Not to mention, there's elements of the story that are out of place in time, which show that it's very clearly written about a fictional character in the 2nd century as opposed to the 1st. Me and my co-author, we are data scientists. We take a look at the New Testament and we try to determine whether, by comparing the Greek, obviously we're looking at the Greek, we're trying to figure out if we can find authorship based on the style of writings and stuff like that, and based on the content. We're trying to figure out when it was written. And we see that it's written in the middle of the 2nd century as opposed to the 1st. And that's why it has these different issues in it. Now, the Quran comes around later and builds on top of Christianity. Absolutely. To say that Islam is not an offshoot of Christianity is completely asinine. Because, I mean, the Quran itself is written like, almost 300 years, 200 to 300 years after Christianity became the official religion of the neighboring empire. Like, what? It's very clearly an offshoot of Christianity. It pulls from the parable of the 7 sleepers, as well as the infancy gospel of Thomas, which is later, like 4th century, 3rd to 4th century Christian apocrypha. So it's very clearly something that is written by people who were aware of Christian stories and are pulling at least in part from those. So it doesn't really help the authenticity of Jesus. And then the Book of Mormon is basically the same thing. Some guy says, hey, or there's a story about how some guy hears from an angel, and then they say, hey, I'm not educated enough to write this, so I'm going to tell some other people to write it down for me, and then they write it down, and then the guy goes crazy and marries a bunch of people, including some kids. And it's basically, Mormonism is basically Islam, but up in the woods in New York. That's the same thing. Except instead of being hard-nosed monotheistic, they're strangely hard-nosed polytheistic, which one religion has sand and the other one has, or one religion has a box and out in the desert, and another one has magic underwear. Like, they're just splits off of Christianity that become isolated to the point to where they're their own thing.
Well, I won't deny that, yes, Islam is derivative of Christianity, but that's
Right.
because, as a Muslim, it is of the belief that Christianity was among one of the several revelations that were given to humanity, and then they were twisted and changed.
Yeah.
And Islam was the
Mormons
final.
Yeah, that's what the Mormons say. They say that they're more or less reforming it, if you will, that it had lost its way and stuff like that, and so they're bringing it back to the truth. And they appeal to their founder or the person who is looked to as their founder in the case of Islam, because it's shaky. I truly don't think that Muhammad had anything to do with the Quran. I don't think he really did. I think he's just a leader that he just got attached to because he was the guy, like their main leader. Anyways, the point is, nevertheless, they're trying to appeal to their founder getting this through revelation, a divine revelation of some kind, and reforming what had already been around. And I mean, I get it. Like, I get why they're doing it, but at the same time, that's not good evidence for this Jesus, because very clearly the Christians are the first to bring up this Jesus, and they're making it up, because we can dive into their text and immediately see that this is just nonsense. So really, it's not even really like on the, you can't really blame the Mormons or the Muslims. They're just kind of along for the ride because the ride already started. They're just kind of a little late to get on the train, but they're not driving it. The driving, or they didn't start it. The train left the station with the Christians at the helm, and it was bound for nowhere. So that's more the problem.
Right. So you're supposing that Jesus isn't real because the accounts of him are inconsistent.
Oh, I'm saying that even the natural Jesus as presented by the New Testament did not exist. And if you wanted to point to a Jesus who did exist, you'd have to go outside the New Testament. And since the Quran pulls from Christian writings and very clearly is an offshoot of Christianity, then you're going to have to appeal to something outside of that too. You're going to have to appeal to something outside the Book of Mormon because it's an offshoot of Christianity. So when you look outside of Christianity, what you see is interpolated texts like into Josephus or Tacitus or something like that. You see nothing but just later 2nd century authors talking about what the Christians believe, as opposed to saying this is real. You don't have anything.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue like Islam to you or nothing. I'm just trying to say
I know, that's why I'm focusing primarily on Christianity.
Of course. So let's take the game Telephone, for example, right? Now, you're familiar with the game Telephone. If you tell somebody one thing, and then it goes down a line of people.
We call it telephone because we're not racist pieces of shit like those over in the UK who call it Chinese whispers.
Well, that's a little, that's new. Wow.
No, I'm kidding. There's a few people over in the UK that are in the chat or whatever, and I just wanted to call them out for calling it Chinese whispers.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Anyways, keep going.
But as the message goes down that line of people, the message becomes distorted and then starts to change, right? And then by the end of the chain, the original message and what the last person is being said is completely different, right? Now, I think the same can really be said about Jesus, where people were telling these stories and certain people were getting elements of them wrong, where then, certain details were getting lost in the fray. Not to necessarily say that Jesus didn't exist, but that, human error is a thing that we can both acknowledge, and that,
This is an appeal to the concept of oral tradition. And that is, there's no evidence that there was an oral tradition of Jesus. In fact, the early church fathers within Christianity, the first people to actually talk about this kind of issue, explicitly destroy that argument. They cut it off at the knees. For instance, so I would say that the New Testament, obviously, as I said earlier, I would say that it's written in the middle of the 2nd century. So you might look at that and say, okay, well, there's a potential that from the middle of the 1st century, when Jesus supposedly dies, or roughly early to mid, all the way to the middle of the 2nd century, so about 100 and something years, there could have been this game of telephone. All right, I get it. I get what you're saying there. Obviously, the most common opinion of when the New Testament is written is like the Gospels are written in the late 1st century. So you could say, okay, for at least 40 years or a few decades or something like that, a handful of decades, there could have been a game of telephone. All right, that's fine. If you were to take my stance, or even the most popular stance from scholars today, the idea that the Gospels are written in the late 1st century, if you were to take that back in time and tell Christians back then, they would look at you like you just took a human shit in their cereal. because they tried to argue that, like, for instance, the Gospel of Matthew was written in 41. This is less than 10 years after this motherfucker dies. What are you talking about? Like, that's crazy. They absolutely tried to argue that these books were written super early, and they hated the idea of someone just kind of passing down the word and then writing it down. They wanted their text to be as early as possible, and so that's what they tried to claim. That's why you have so many church fathers that were pushing for apostolic lineage, because they were based off of like these texts that were written super, super early.
Right.
That's
So
that's
those
what they
books,
believed. But we don't have any evidence of oral tradition. We have Christians mentioned in the early 2nd century without a Jesus character. All of a sudden, in the middle of the 2nd century, is the first time that we get like Christians talked about with Jesus involved. The first gospel gets published in roughly 144, and the first time we get any non-Christian talking about Jesus definitively, like that we know is talking about Jesus, and we know this guy existed, is in 166. It's Lucian of Samosata. And of course, he mentions that Jesus, according to them, is a crucified guy, so it's not going to help the Muslim side either, but still.
okay, well, I guess, I don't want to hold up anybody that might want to debate as well. So
No,
I'll
well, I mean, I'm. We can continue the conversation. That's perfectly fine.
okay, yeah, that's fine. I've got about 10 minutes before I have to go to prayer, actually, ironically enough. But okay, so you're differentiating an oral tradition from a written tradition, correct?
I mean,
Because you
know
said
those are
that
different. It's
these
important to me that you know that those are different.
right, but like in order to have a written tradition, you have to be getting that information. And how are you getting that information if not from someone that
No.
is,
Did
witnessing those things?
Did J.K. Rowling have the story of Harry Potter told to her? Or did she just write it?
No, but I'm supposing that like there's at least some overlap in some of those written traditions, which means that there had to have been some communication.
The oral tradition existed before the written tradition. That's the problem. There's no people appeal to this when they don't have any good reason to say anything else. And a lot of it is based off of the fact that like there's been claims for years and years and years that there was oral tradition from the Jewish people. And that Christianity is an offshoot of Judaism is what a lot of people believe, and it comes from Judaism or comes from Jewish people. I don't even think that's the case. But even if that is the case, then that still doesn't mean that they had oral tradition. Like that's not how that works. Christianity is
Just out
a
of
text-based
curiosity.
religion, and when the only evidence that you could possibly get of oral tradition that we could still have today is somebody outside of the box talking about how people inside the box, inside the religion, are talking about something. Like they could write down and say, "Oh, these guys said this," but they didn't. When Pliny the Younger talks about Christians, he tortures some of them and unalives some of them to find out what they believe and what they're up to, what they're doing in 111. This is early 2nd century. Never mentions the name Jesus. Never mentions anything from the New Testament. And at this point, according to Christian tradition, all the books of the Bible should have been already written and disseminated. There should have been already 3 popes by the time that Pliny is writing this letter to Emperor Trajan. I don't know what's going on. He never mentions anything from the New Testament. It doesn't say they have books. Doesn't say they have stories.
Okay, so are there any like besides Jesus and Paul, are there any other like figures that you may not believe like existed in history, just out of curiosity?
I mean, the disciples, I guess, like the disciples. Hercules? Like, I mean, wait, are you just want me to name everybody who I don't think existed?
No, just curious. Just curious.
Like, yeah, Hercules, Jesus, disciples, Paul, Moses, Abraham, Adam. I mean, Isaac, Ishmael, Jacob,
Okay.
Levi.
So I guess my next question, and I might be a little bit directionless in my argument, but I'm really grasping at straws here. Because for me as a Muslim, it's clear because I have the Quran, but I can't argue that case being that you're not Muslim, and that's not what this debate's about. So I'm again grasping at straws.
Well,
but
I mean, it's not just because I'm not Muslim. It's also because that's just appealing to a story about more or less magic that if you did, that would just open it up to all other claims of magic. Like, I mean, obviously you believe that Muhammad was visited by an angel, but the Mormons believe that Joseph Smith was visited by an angel. And in his book, not only is he called a prophet, but on top of that, he says that the Book of Mormon is the truest book that's ever been written, which would surpass the Quran. So, if you open up the argument to now magic is real and people can actually talk to angels and stuff like that, I don't know how to shut the door. You open the door. There's no stopping it once the magic starts coming out.
Well, it's not necessarily a thing of magic per se, as it is the preservation of the Quran itself. But once again, not the argument that we're trying to.
How would that even do anything? Like, even if, which I don't think so. Well, it's not even that I don't think so. I know so, because me and my co-author's current project is over the Quran right now, and the data science over it. But even
agree to disagree, but okay.
Say what?
I just saying agree to disagree, but okay.
On what?
I know where this is going. Even if the Quran was supposed to was clear and true.
Well, no. Even if it was something that we know hadn't been changed all the way back to a certain point in the 5th or 6th century. Okay.
Are you talking about Caliph Uthman?
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is that even if we were able to see that it hadn't been changed going all the way back to the 6th century, what does that, I mean, that doesn't do anything. Like, okay, a book was written in the 6th century about a character who we don't have any evidence for, and you haven't changed the book since the 6th century. All right. How does the preservation of the book somehow mean that it's true? You just didn't change it.
Going back to the example of telephone, like we said, once a chain of people hear the same thing, that chain eventually gets distorted. But the Quran is a book that has been preserved for 1,400 years.
That doesn't. What am I supposed to do with that? Even if you were to prove that, which you can't, but even if you did, it doesn't mean that the content is true. Okay. I mean, a lot of the Odyssey hasn't been changed. It's just a book that we haven't wondered about whether or not the Iliad had been changed. Who cares? Why does it matter?
Well, sure, the original story, but as people iterate upon the story, it's like look at the new movie Christopher Nolan made. I mean,
okay, but we still have the concept of the Odyssey. No one is saying that Nolan's Odyssey is the Odyssey. It's just their own take on it. And you know good and well that certain people have their own take on the Quran, obviously. So yeah, just because you found one particular text that you think you could trace all the way back to the 6th century, fantastic. Does that suddenly mean that what it said is just true? That just means it just hasn't been changed. I mean, current fiction right now, as Mystic Fortune there said in the chat, modern fiction can be preserved perfectly for millennia. That doesn't make Harry Potter, 3,000 years from now, people will be able to pull up Harry Potter as it was when it was published. That doesn't mean anything. What Harry Potter's still fake, right?
Yeah, no, Harry Potter is still fake. That's true.
How does appealing to whether or not something's been altered make it true? I'll grant you that it hasn't been altered. Okay. I think
you kind of stopped me. Yeah.
Well, people tend to get wrapped up. And obviously this is going to speak specifically to Muslims here in this particular case. They tend to get wrapped up on the more, again, for lack of a better term, magical aspects of it. And I say magical because it has to apply to all different things, because some people say miracles, some people say divine things. Magic encompasses all of it. But nevertheless, they tend to get wrapped up on that, and they go, hey, because this hasn't been altered, that suddenly means that it is better than other things. And because it's better than other things, or because it's it's different, that must mean that it has truth to it. And that doesn't necessarily mean that. It just means it hasn't been altered. That's
Okay.
literally all that it means. And I mean, I guess that's cool. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's fine. But even you acknowledge that it's still pulling on stuff that was prior to it. So I mean, it all right. I mean, just as the Muslims have a claim of our text hasn't been altered, the Christians could say, but we're the first to mention Jesus. Okay, that's their claim. You don't have that claim. They have that claim. They don't have the claim to no alteration. You have that claim. Neither one of those mean anything. Neither one of those suddenly prove that Jesus is real. Being the first one to say it or being an unaltered text that says it, neither one of those mean that it's real.
Well, unfortunately, I do not have any more time. I actually do have to go to prayer.
Right, yeah.
But this was a super interesting debate. So thank you for taking some time to talk to me.
Yeah, not a problem. Thanks for coming up.
Alrighty.
All right, let's see here. €2 there from System of a Down, it looks like. Says, do you go to church? This right here. This is my church. Also talk about. Let's see. $2 Canadian from C Design says, what's your opinion on Josephus citing James? So it doesn't really cite James per se, but I know what you mean. So I guess that technically comes up here. I guess it's a sincere thing there. And my take on that is that later on that passage, it tells us that the brother of James, that Jesus there is Jesus, son of Damnius, who becomes high priest in the early 60s. So it definitely couldn't be the Jesus who gets unalived by Pontius Pilate, who was dismissed from office in 36. Couldn't be him. Humbleness leads to wisdom, I guess is your name.
Yes, sir. Hey, I got a question and a quick share real quick. Do you ever fall asleep with... Yeah, or a story, I guess. Real quick. It's not like super long.
Is it
but
relevant?
It's about you.
Oh, it's about
me?
me?
It's about you. My question is, have you ever fell asleep with your TikTok on, or you're listening to TikTok lives and you just fall asleep?
All the time, because I listen to Thrail.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I fell asleep listening to TikTok lives last night. So it was playing the whole time I was sleeping. What I thought was funny is I actually dreamed about you. Yeah, I don't know if you wanted me to tell you about the dream. I don't know if you want me to. It's not like a... No, it's not like...
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
But it's not a big... it's not... The dream was kind of... The dream was kind of it was pretty boring. It wasn't like anything...
oh, shit!
No, but and what's funny is I don't really dream a lot, but usually if you do remember your dream, it's because you got woke up, someone woke you up in the middle of it, right? At least that's what I hear.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, so I was listening to I unknowingly was listening to your live, and I woke up.
That's my favorite type of listener, is an accidental listener.
I listen to you on purpose too. It's not all accident.
And boom goes the dynamite.
But I don't know if you want me to tell the dream, but it's pretty lame. It was at a gas station, and I was driving from the pump, and you rolled down your window and yelled at me. It was like, "Hey man, come over here." That was the dream. It was pretty lame. But anyways, when I woke up, it was about the Muslim guy. He talked about Mormonism, and that's exactly when I woke up.
You were
so
you're saying this wasn't last night, this was just a few minutes ago.
Yes. my sleep schedule's a little different when I work and stuff, so it's. But yeah, that's crazy, right? I had to tell you that because it's pretty funny. At least to me, I was like, no, nothing like that. I got out of my car and we like talked in the parking lot, and then I woke up. Like seriously, like you were like, hey, like I don't know how you knew me, and then you had your like you were waving at me, and you barely caught me because I was leaving the parking lot, and then I turned around, and then you're like, hey, I forgot exactly what you said, but it's definitely you. No, it's not cuckoo. No, I explained why I probably was dreaming about you because I had TikTok live going on the whole night. And then I just woke up when it was on you. So maybe if someone woke me up in a different live, I would be dreaming about them.
It's all fake news. It's phony stuff. It didn't happen.
No, it did. I promise you. But yeah, not a cool story as like the dream was. I've had better dreams. And not in the weird ones, but like more like there was more story to it.
All right. Well,
but I did find it interesting that I woke up right when that guy's he was talking about, or you guys were talking about like Mormons and stuff like that. Like so that was interesting. That my brain was like Mormons, and then it turned on. True story. I promise you, it's true.
All right.
I had to tell it.
I believe you. Thanks for coming up and sharing that stuff.
Am I the first caller that's ever dreamed about you?
Probably not, but the first to actually have the balls to admit it.
Oh my.
So,
and what's funny is I hardly dream too, so
yeah,
maybe.
well, yeah.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Yeah, so thanks for coming up.
Yeah. Have a good one.
All right, thanks. All right. Let's see. Carl Bismarck.
How are you, sir?
I am.
Oh.
Therefore, I think.
That was a pregnant pause. I don't understand why we had to have that dramatic kind of situation. Okay, well, Jesus and Paul never existed. You ready?
Yeah.
While he thinks on that, host, I'm curious, how do you validate other historical figures?
There's different levels of confidence that we can have for people. We have the highest level, which would be like, within antiquity. The highest level, I believe, would be like their actual like remains and stuff like that, if we could possibly have that. The next best would be like something archaeological that we could date specifically to their time period, maybe statues, coins, busts.
What about like handwritten letters?
The next thing would be things that would be written that we can stylometrically see comes back as that particular author.
So I have a question then. Did Alexander the Great exist in history?
Yes.
Okay, do you know that the historical writings that validate his existence were written 500 years after he passed?
No, that's not correct. That's the first.
Yeah, it actually is.
No, that's not correct. That's the first complete biography that we have of him. His actual existence.
So how do you validate him?
His actual existence is validated by the Babylonian Astronomical Diary, which was written during his lifetime. There's actual multiple administrative documents that mention a king that comes through to destroy them, which actually lines up with.
So you don't validate Alexander by handwritten letters, but not others?
No. I validate him based off of contemporary evidence. We also have actual fragments from his historians, his personal historians, who are later quoted and cited by the people who are talking about him in the
everything that you
later.
just argued for him is the exact scenario that we have in Paul.
Sweet. So where do we have anything in Paul that shows that it is being written in the 1st century? I think somehow you got muted. I don't know if you muted yourself or if somebody else muted you. I have no idea.
Yeah, someone muted me. But yeah, no. So most of Paul's letters that are attributed to him by secular historians that aren't believers in the Christ faith state that his letters are validatable in the 60 AD
Sweet.
timeframe. So
Sweet.
around
So
30
what is
years
the
after.
evidence that they present for that?
Well, there's multiple correspondence that have him dealing with James, the brother of Jesus.
Nope. So nope, not at all.
So the letters of Paul are not correspondence.
Please listen. No, we do not have correspondence to him. We only have letters from him. We do not have any letters back to Paul. There's none. So there's not correspondence. That's not the case. In fact, in the earliest iterations of Paul's letters, James, the brother of Jesus, is not actually mentioned. If that's who you were talking about, that James is not actually mentioned in the 144 versions from the Apostolicon from Marcion. But yeah, no, we do not have anything in the Pauline letters that dates them to the 1st century. In fact, we have things that date them to the 1st century.
So you think that the most
BCE
popular
or
guy
2nd
in all of history was just a fictitious character?
Paul?
No, Jesus.
Oh, yeah, the most famous character from the biggest religion currently right now? Yeah. I mean, prior to that, who was the most famous person in the biggest religion? Zeus? Yeah, he didn't exist either.
You can't take it from the hindsight or aftermath of the Roman Catholic Church taking over the way of the original followers. You have to look at all the persecution the early church members were suffering for this cause that they weren't willing to renege on.
Who?
All of the apostles.
No, we don't have any evidence whatsoever that the disciples is what you're talking about, I'm sure. Like the 12 disciples.
So you're wiping away like massive chunks of history that secular historians agree are legitimate.
No, there's no evidence whatsoever that any of the 12 disciples or the 13 disciples that are mentioned in the New Testament actually
How do you
existed.
overcome Tychicus? How do you overcome Tychicus, who was like a Roman?
I don't even know what you're saying. Are you trying to say Tacitus?
No, Tychicus.
Tychicus isn't a name.
Yeah, it is.
It's Tacitus. Would you like to try again?
No, I'm gonna stick with Tychicus, who was a Roman historian that was not a fan. Give me one second.
You think T-A-C-I-T-U-S. It's pronounced Titicus?
Give me 1 second. Pull this up. Okay, so say if I'm saying his name wrong, how do you overcome your guy that was not a Christian follower?
Who's my guy?
Tacitus.
Okay, yeah. So the fact that I knew the name better than you should show that I am much more prepared to talk about Tacitus.
It shows nothing. It's a mispronunciation at best. But I don't think I'm wrong. I'm pulling up my.
Okay, so what does Tacitus say?
Give me 1 second. He talks about the Christos who formed the body of Christians that was put to death by Pontius Pilate.
Okay.
Under Roman persecution.
What does he call? It didn't say persecution. What does he call Pontius Pilate?
Give me 1 second. I got to pull up my notes.
Starts with a P.
Okay.
And by pull up your notes, you mean AI. But nevertheless, what does it say?
Un momento, por favor.
No problemo. Meanwhile, while you're typing away there at Google there, I'm going to go ahead and mark down that you brought up Tacitus. All right. I'm keeping a running total of the people that I have talked about Tacitus there.
I guess while I'm pulling this up, why do you do what you do? What kind of benefit is there?
And the society's benefited if we believe as many true things as possible and stop believing as many false things as possible.
Yeah. Tacitus. Yeah. Tacitus. Yeah. No, I pulled it the other day and then I just mispronounced his name when I was pulling it up. So that is the guy who I'm talking about. So Congrats to you for knowing how to pronounce his name because you're on a talk track.
Also knowing what's actually in it. And congrats to you for not listening to 1 Peter 3:15, which says you should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believed when questioned and do so respectfully. Congrats
I do
to you
that.
for just not doing that. But that being said, do you have any idea as to what Tacitus supposedly called Pontius Pilate?
No, go ahead and fill in the blank
So
there.
in that text, which is Annals, written in 116, Book 15, Chapter 44, we get the word procurator before Pontius Pilate, which is really strange because Judea didn't even have a procurator until the decade after Pilate was dismissed in 36. Pilate
So
was
you're
a
wiping away
prefect.
the whole testimony based on one word?
Nope. I have just started. So, prefect is what Pilate was. We actually know this because of the stone, the Pilate stone, that dates to his lifetime. Under the reign of Tiberius, Pontius Pilate was a prefect. Right? Again, Judea did not have a procurator until the decade after Pilate was dismissed. So if Tacitus is looking at any kind of Roman record or Senate record or arrest record or crucifixion record, sorry, it would not
So what
have said
about
procurator.
what about him
Pilate,
mentioning the Christos?
okay. Is that a name or a title?
Sounds like a title to me.
Yep. So it wouldn't make a lot of sense that that would be on the arrest record either. In fact, according to the Gospels, Pilate doesn't even put Christ above his head on the cross.
So he's actually he has Christians that are following him. So how do you overcome that?
So again, we're going to take this piece by piece. The fact that he does not call him the correct term there for what type of governor he was, even though he knows the difference between procurator and prefect, he actually uses them correctly elsewhere throughout all of Annals.
So the
and
whole
actually
thing in
uses them,
context
shows
makes
the difference.
sense, but you're piecing it apart and saying that what he said just
No,
doesn't make
I'm
any
actually
sense.
providing the context. You're actually trying to remove it. The context is that Tacitus knows what a procurator is and knows what a prefect is, and you're trying to say that within context, he uses the wrong thing correctly. That doesn't make any sense. Also, Christus is not a name, it's a title, and the Roman records would not have said that they crucified the Savior. That doesn't make any sense. What they would have said is Yeshua or his Greek or Latin variant. On top of that, when we take a look at the actual text itself, the oldest manuscripts that we have of Tacitus's Annals, Book 15, Section 44, which is what, again, you're talking about, they're in the Latin. The oldest manuscript goes to the 11th century, and in that, I'm going to go ahead and pull this up here for you. In this, we have this marginal note, or this margin, this word here in the margins. Do you know what that word looks like? What does that word look like?
Crucifixion.
It is the word Christians. The first S in a word back then in Latin and Old English looked like a lowercase f. So this is the word Christians, Christiani. All right. It is in the margins because the word Christians was not actually in the original text itself. It was this word here. You see this little gap in the middle?
Sure.
Yep, that gap is there because this used to be an E. It used to be the word Christians with an E, not Christians with an I. Here is the
white
I.
out.
Here is, yep, here's part of it was erased. Here is the letter I in Christus. Here is the letter I in Tiberius. Here's the E in Tiberius. This used to be the word Christians. Not only would it not make any sense that Christus was the founder of the Christians with an E, but on top of that, the word Christians actually appears in a Latin inscription over in Rome that's dated between 16 BCE and 37 CE. This is known as CILVI 24944. That is the reference number in the Latin inscription compendium, if you want to go take a look at it. That particular usage is earlier than the Christians claim in the Bible that they were called Christians. They said that they were first called Christians in the 50s in Antioch. What?
In Acts, the book of Acts.
Yes, in Acts, it says that they were first called Christians in Antioch in the 50s. So, nevertheless, this term here, Christians, is the term that we see is actually being used here with an E. And we see that term quite a bit. So,
okay, so what about Pliny the Younger or Suetonius, the Roman historian?
Because of the fact that we see procurator used for Pontius Pilate when it shouldn't be, because of the fact that we see a title instead of a name, because of the fact that this says Christus when the group is Christians and they wouldn't have got their name from Christ of the Eye, that doesn't make any sense. This
Can you
calls
even
into
read what you're looking at? Can you even read that?
Yes, this is Christus Tiberio Imperator Procurator
You've
Pontius
picked out a
Pilate.
couple of words, but
Yep,
you can't
I'm
read that
reading this
language.
particular line. This is Latin. It's pretty easy. That being said, when it
You
comes
speak
to
Latin.
when it comes to this particular passage, we can tell that it is not something that he would have actually written because it involves multiple mistakes, which should be red flags for anybody who's actually read it, which
Like
obviously you
whiteout.
haven't. Also, on top of
Well,
that,
you can't read it either.
on top of that, you haven't even read it in English, so it doesn't matter. You couldn't even pronounce the guy's name. The point is, this is not something that Tacitus would have written or did write. We can actually tell by diving into data science, and we can see that this particular style of writing with the most frequently used words indicates a completely different author for that sentence than the rest of the passage. Tacitus did not write it, and that's why it's not mentioned until the beginning of the 5th century. When Tertullian, the first Christian to write in Latin, references Tacitus, he says, "Consult your history books. We were blamed for the fire in Rome." In other words, he's connecting them with the Christians, and that's fine. But he doesn't say anything about how Tacitus said anything about Christ, because he didn't.
So how did a
we get anything is
worldwide
the 5th
religion
century.
start on a guy that never existed? How does that
It
happen?
didn't. The Christians were already around. I literally just said that. The word Christians appears in an inscription that dates as early as 16 BCE. There is a cup that dates to as early as the late 1st century BCE as well, down in Alexandria, that says through Christos the magician. There was already a mystery cult that was already founded. The Jesus story is just simply a mythology that is written in the 2nd century. We do not have any evidence of the Christians being affiliated with a Jesus character until 144.
So I just threw into a chat bot the question, like,
entire
what are
argument
the
that you've had?
No, the argument for secular historians and evidences that we have for the
Sounds good.
existence of Jesus. I have over 8 different names of historians that wrote about Yeshua.
Okay.
They wrote
Well,
about
now
the
that we've gone
Christos.
through
They wrote,
Tacitus, what else you got? And also, no historian says Yeshua.
according to this, it says that the Babylonian Talmud
The
mentions
Babylonian
a figure
Talmud does
called
not say
Yeshua.
Yeshua. No, it's Yeshu. And which,
Yeshu,
by the
yeah.
way, the Jewish people actually acknowledge could potentially just be an acronym for the word or for the phrase "May His name and memory be blotted out." So it's possible.
Okay,
that
what
it's not
about
even
Pliny the
technically
Younger?
Yeshua,
That's
but
my next
say-
up. Pliny the
still.
Younger, Roman governor,
Pliny the Younger
AD
doesn't say
11.
anything about Jesus. In fact, he just talks about Christians and how they worship a Christ figure. I'm well aware that Christians were around. They just don't have the mythology of Jesus until 144. Pliny
Okay,
the Younger is
how about
writing in late 111,
Suetonius?
early 112. Suetonius never says the word Jesus or Christ. I don't even know
He
what you're
says
talking
at the instigation of Christus.
Christus.
And that,
Yeah, with an E.
Christus, and they're saying it might be a misspelling of Christus.
That doesn't make any sense because later on he knows what a Christian is, because during the time of Nero in his book, The Lives of the 12 Caesars, written in 119, he says the word Christians and spells it with an I. So that doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it? That he knows how to
How
spell
about-
Christ and misspells it and knows what a Christian is, but calls them Jews who follow Christus. That's weird.
Okay, how about Mara
Bar Serapion doesn't say Jesus, Christian, or Christ.
Talks about executing their wise king.
Yep, and says that they live in complete dispersion right after that. That wouldn't make any sense. The Jews don't live in complete dispersion until the Emperor Hadrian banishes them from Judea and renames Judea to Syria Palestina, which is where we get Palestine, and Jerusalem to Aelia Capitolina. All right. This is a reference. Listen. This is a reference to the Bar Kokhba revolt in the 130s. This is in no way, shape, or form something about somebody who died in 30. It doesn't make any sense. In fact, it says that it talks about him as if he's still dead. So that wouldn't make a lot of sense that he would say that they executed the wise king and the king lives on in teachings, as opposed to he's still alive. If anybody was aware of the Christians, they probably would have wrote that that's Jesus Christ, or just mentioned the Christians believe in him. Or, at the very least, they would have said, hey, look, the next paragraph, he comes back to life. So, no, that's very clearly something that's written in about 140s or so about the Bar Kokhba revolt. The latest potential date for Marwar Serapin is, I think, about 180 or so. But I place it sometime around the 140s.
How about Lucian of Samosata, who
Yes, Lucian of
mocked
Samosata
Christians?
mentions in Passing of Peregrinus, or the Death of Peregrinus, depending on what translation you read there, about a patricidal con man who unalives his father and runs away from home in the early 2nd century. His name is Peregrinus Proteus. He is a con man who grifts the Christians, who Lucian calls miserable wretches. And he says the Christians, as you know, worship a crucified sage. In other words, he's just talking about what the Christians believe in 166. Again, the Gospels had already been published in 144, so this is 2 decades later. Doesn't really fucking matter. The point is, he still says that Peregrinus Proteus wrote their books and edited others. He is literally, in the book you are trying to quote, claiming that the Christians got duped by a con man and that he wrote their books for them.
But the con man actually exists. That's the point.
Yeah, Peregrinus Proteus in the 2nd century.
No, Jesus.
No, you have no idea what you're talking about. The Passing of Peregrinus is about Peregrinus Proteus, who is the con man who wrote their books in the 2nd century. That's what he says.
So you're telling me that a chat bot that literally has the sum of most all knowledge available at its fingertips is just wrong on every single one of these, but you somehow figured it out and all of your abundant
it's because
knowledge
I've actually
and time
read it
on
and you couldn't even pronounce the names of it. And by the way, whenever I actually explained it to you, you still didn't understand it because you weren't paying attention. Lucian of Samosata is writing a book called The Death or the Passing of Peregrinus. It again is about Peregrinus Proteus, who we have three people who were contemporaries to him who write about him. He's a real person.
The guy that you're saying it refers to taught people to live as brothers and reject the Greek gods?
What? I didn't say that that's the guy who wrote the books. Also,
no,
even if he did say that Jesus wrote the books, you would still disagree with that. Very clearly, he's saying that the guy who writes their books is a con man. What he does say is that the Christians believe in a person, believe in Jesus. They believe in a crucified sage. I told you that. But he's writing in 166. He's aware as to what the Christians believe, but he himself is not saying Jesus existed. He's just saying this is
so
what the
why
Christians
would they
believe.
believe something that wasn't real?
Because they got conned. The entire book is about how
by someone that actually existed. They didn't get conned by a ghost. They didn't get conned by the thin air. They got conned by Peregrinus
Proteus. That's the entire section of that book is about how
and
he is
Peregrinus
a con
Proteus taught people to live as brothers and reject the Greek gods.
No, he is writing books, and in these books, that is the story of Jesus. That's what it's saying. You're not reading the text.
So again, it comes back to Jesus in their stories.
Yeah,
They're
in their
all
stories
talking about
that were
the same
written
guy.
by Peregrinus Proteus is what he's saying.
What would be the benefit of, say, the early church making up this fictitious character?
Well, considering the fact that this book that you clearly haven't read is about how Peregrinus Proteus was actually given positions of power, money, and whenever he went to jail for patricide, the Christians bribed the guards to go in and have sex with him in the prison. It is pretty clear that you can become a rock star just by reading or writing. Like that's all that it is. It says that they called him the second coming of Socrates, that they loved the
Let me
fact
ask
that he was
you a
into
personal
philosophy.
question, if you don't mind. Were you brought up in the Christian church?
Irrelevant to this topic.
No, it's just it is very relevant because
It's not. Do
clear
you have
that
any
you
evidence
have
for
hardened
Jesus or
your
Paul?
heart and you have a bad taste in your mouth by
No,
probably something you were introduced as a young
No,
child.
not at all. Not at all. In fact, the only person who's got a bad taste in their mouth is probably your mom, because she's been sucking my dick for quite some time.
Yeah, that's...
All right. We're going to go ahead and move on to humbleness leads to wisdom. We'll go right back over to that.
Hey, I was listening and I was about to get ready to do some stuff, but then I heard you talking about how a saint should be able to defend their faith. I like I said, I just woke up, so I'm a little groggy.
All right. We're not going to listen to that. All right. Nah. If you're a little groggy, just wake up a little bit more. I'm not looking to have conversations with somebody in the middle of the night, man. Or what you would consider your night. No, I'm not bringing you back up, man. You can stay there. Okay. So really fast. Dagobah Dave sent $2, said, Titicus. Titicus is not on the whiteboard. That's true. This technically does say Tacticus, because that's usually how people try to pronounce it when they don't know the actual names. But look, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's actually been surprising. I haven't had as many mentions of Josephus and Tacitus as I thought I would. I mean, there's periods of time where you don't have any, and then all of a sudden everybody in one day keeps bringing it up. It's crazy how that works. I honestly, I don't know how that works. It might be TikTok like doing its thing. I have no idea. Okay. Let's see. €2 there from System of a Down. I think that's System of a Down. Says, what do you think was the goal of the first Christ? Is that the first Christ? The goal of the first Christ is just to kind of give you something to worship, or something to aspire to be like, I guess. I guess. I don't know. That's my guess. I think that's what you're asking. Like, before the story of Jesus shows up, like, what would be the purpose of Christ? Is just a deity. It's just what they called him. I don't know. I don't really know about the purpose per se. Yeah, Zeno, I heard it. Mezzo, just like any myth, is a hero. Yeah, it's something that you can kind of like look up to, Yeah. Yeah, nothing crazy. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. Just a bit of light cult-like behavior. We're rules. Intent. Where we're going, we don't need no intent. All right, Aaron came up here on the panel here.
You done messed up, Aaron! And I promise not to cue and run.
Oh, wait. Oh. I thought you said...
Uh-huh.
I thought you said Q Enron. I was like, what?
You know somebody restarted that company, right?
Yes.
As a joke. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I did. It was something that was kind of weird. It had, I just remember it had nothing to do with it. It was just like
it was like an AI egg thing. It's so weird.
Yeah, it was like a satire. It was almost like The Onion or something.
Yeah.
Which, by the way,
I thought it was The Onion at first, but
yeah, there we go.
It's completely unrelated.
We got this is the Onion news here. Oh my God. Let me read you here is a I'm not going to read the entire thing, just the title here. This is All Right Guys, You Have Won Me Over. Written by reporter Osama bin Laden. So stupid.
That fits.
All right. What you got for us, Aaron?
I don't know if you saw, I was spamming Titty Kiss at the beginning of the live because of that guy. He was on Bars this morning, Black Atheist Rants, and just kept saying it, and Bar refused to correct him.
He said it on Bars Live.
Like 10 times. So when I came in here this morning, I was spamming it. Nice.
This is an op-ed from Donald Trump. Anyways.
I need to subscribe to that. I need to get the physical paper.
It's like $8 or something like that. It's so ridiculous. Here's the different American flags over the years. One of them in 1776 is the thumbs up that says "Home of the Slaves."
Oh wow!
God. One's just a G-string. Oh, so stupid. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, he was on Bars Live and he was saying the wrong thing, and Bar just didn't correct him. You said?
Yeah, it was just funnier to let him keep going with it. But the big thing, Bar, I don't know if you've seen it, but Bar is running Muhammad Never Existed. He's been running for a few days, and he's done a bunch of research, and he has...
Yeah, Bar actually reached out to me. I think it was Bar. Pretty sure it was Bar.
I told him to. I wasn't sure if he reached out or not, but I told him he should.
I think it was Bar. It was like a week ago.
Yeah, that's when I told him. That's about the time I told him to reach out to you.
Yeah, he reached out to me, and he's done a ton of research on like how Islam just is an offshoot of Christianity and stuff like that. Yeah. He's barking at the same tree that like Matthew and I are for this next book there.
Yeah, that's why I told him to reach out to you, because he's done so much research, especially around the Nomina Sacra and how that's where the name Muhammad may have come from, and it's really interesting. But I wanted to make sure he'd reached out to you because so the Nomina Sacra, they used MHMD for as part of a Nomina Sacra for a while. Christians did, and that's where he's taking some of the
For
information
what?
for a Messiah-like figure, because it comes from the Song of Solomon. It's referenced in there, and that's where some Muslims get that Muhammad was foretold, and it got carried over into Arabic because in Arabic they didn't have vowel point. They were just starting to use vowel points around the time of the supposed Muhammad existing, and so all the early references are from Christian text using MHMD, but it's not clear if it was referencing Muhammad or if it was just the Nomina Sacra being used. You look confused.
Yeah, because I don't understand why they would have used the Nomina Sacra and had really anything that started with an M.
I don't know either. All I know is
because the word that would be for Messiah would be in Greek Christos, and so you'd just do the Nomina Sacra of that. I don't know why they'd say Messiah.
So my understanding was they used several.
Unless it was maybe in John.
My understanding was it came from the Hebrew in Song of Solomon. That's
they don't use the Nomina. The Nomina Sacra is a New Testament thing.
No. The original comes from a word that had nothing to do with Muhammad, but it was MHMD in the Hebrew. It was later in the Greek, they transliterated and took it over as a Nomina Sacra, one of multiple.
Interesting. I mean, I'd like to look into that.
I don't know. I don't know how. I'm telling you, like, this is some of the information Barr has come up with. It doesn't all hinge on that, but that's a huge part of it. So it's interesting. And no, Muslims don't say Muhammad is the Messiah. My understanding is that MHMD was a Nomina Sacra for a coming prophet, not the.
I can see how that. I could see how they would use it, but I just don't. It sounds like someone taking the word Messiah or Meshiach there and from the Hebrew and saying, if you apply a Nomina Sacra version of this or the rules of Nomina Sacra to it, you could end up with that.
No.
I don't know why
it goes to something else. It goes to something else referenced, a coming prophet referenced in the Song of Solomon. I need to find the exact reference. I'll come back to you with that. But that's where
in the what?
Song of Songs, Song of Solomon, whatever. The Old Testament.
In the smut book?
Yeah. I think that's where he said it came from. I gotta double check. But he found references.
Why would they use Nomina Sacra for that though?
They used the Nomina Sacra for a coming prophet. The word Mahmud. Yeah. It's Mateo Potato put it in. The word Mahmud, that's where it started. They took it and repurposed it.
I think it's possible just to kind of connect that term to Muhammad as opposed to the weird bypass through the Nomina Sacra. I think putting in the Nomina Sacra, I think, is the thing that's confusing me because they don't.
Yeah, he found other references. I need to check his references. He's keeping a lot of it close to the chest right now, but he'll talk about some of it. And he found other uses of that Nomina Sacra for a coming prophet. And yes, this sounds made up, but like Barr has the references to it and shows that this kept coming up throughout history at different points, and the early references we have to Muhammad may not have been to Muhammad, but this nomina sacra, because there were no vowel points in it.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting theory. He admits, like, if he's right, he is way ahead of anybody else getting there, because like he is putting connections together that no one has ever put together.
I'm trying to find maybe like the earliest possible use of that name.
The MHMD? Yeah, I'm not sure on that.
Or just Muhammad in general. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. Because, I mean, surely he's not the first person with that name.
No. There were, I think Mahmud was a more common name. But I believe Muhammad was a name around at the time, before the time. But part of it is that, like Tacitus, Pliny, and several others that reference Christians or Christians and Christ and crest, the earliest references we have to Muhammad that we consider contemporary may have actually been to something else in existence already, not the figure.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, I just haven't.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Wild.
Okay. It's an interesting theory. I've just started to get into it. He's got some books in his Discord that I want to read, where he's pulling some of this from, but it's him running that live is getting very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for, this kind of digging into things and trying to figure out, what do we have that could potentially predate a lot of what has already been kind of spread and talked about. I mean, I'm all for it, but I mean, it's for me, it's all about evidence. It's all about like, hey, what do we have to show for this and that kind of thing. But he did kind of let me know a lot of things that he's kind of found, and we've already kind of found a lot of this stuff as well. I think he started doing the research on this a little after when we started working on our next book there. But yeah. I mean, I'm eager to see what he has to say, definitely. And I know that a lot of people are eager to see what we have there from our book as well.
Yeah, he's really looking forward to your book coming out. That's why he wanted to get in touch with you, because like some of what he's finding, especially in terms of Islam coming from monophysitism and the belief like coming directly out of Christianity, and the belief that Jesus had to have been human, couldn't have a divine nature. It ties into some of the things you've told us about your findings in terms of pre-existing Christian literature being used.
Oh yeah, I mean we know that there's certain things that they're pulling from, definitely. Narrowing down the sect of Christianity that it's most closely related to, that I think that's the I think that's realistically something that's worthwhile, is to try to find, hey, what particular sect of Christianity kind of evolved into what we have today as this Islam.
Yeah, and that's part of what he's done is track the sectarian divides and the fighting in the Arabian Peninsula and how the different sects were rising in different areas, and how it looks like the monophysitism joined with a couple other sects, and that's what eventually grew into Islam. But anyway, it's an interesting theory. If you get a chance to check out his lives right now, that's the main topic he's run is like from Abraham to Muhammad. None of these people existed. He just lists all of them out as didn't exist, including Jesus and in there.
Right.
It's kind of cool because the Muhammad thing is the one that's drawing a lot of attention.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously that's gonna do it. But yeah, I'd be interested. I'd be interested in seeing what's going on there. But yeah, thanks for
check it out.
Thanks for pointing that out, and thanks for pointing him in my direction as well. There.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna run, and I won't queue. I didn't.
He thought about it. All right. Yeah, Bar is his name. Black Atheist Rants. We call him Bar, but Black Atheist Rants. There. All right. I did. I did it. All right. You didn't see my question. Wait, whose question? I really want to know if they were worshiping earlier moon goddess as well. Allah was in the previous pantheon. I mean, it's definitely possible. I mean, consider this. It's not that Islam is a direct descendant of Christianity. I mean, that wouldn't even really make a lot of sense. Weird. I recognize that it's at the end of the day, the religion of Islam is still distinct enough to be its own religion. Even if it is an offshoot of Christianity, it's still something that's going to merge in with some of its beliefs. So I think, or it's going to merge in with some of its local beliefs, if you will. So there might be some other things that kind of get mixed in with it, definitely. But I mean, it's not purely just Christianity. Otherwise, they just kind of keep the name Christianity. It's mixed in with something else, but it's an offshoot of Christianity initially. All right, let's see. What was the goal of the first Christians? Okay, thank you very much. That $2 euro there from System of a Down, I think it is. Christians. What was the goal of the first Christians? That would be the first Christians would be to follow this Christ figure, to kind of be the best person you can be, to be the best member of society as you can, be a part of this mystery cult. Mystery cults had different things that they believed in, different rituals, different initiation rites, that kind of thing. It was just a mystery cult like everything else, or not everything else, but a lot of different things that are around that area. So to say that I know the exact goal is asinine. I don't know the intent necessarily. I don't know the motivation. I don't necessarily know the complete and total inner workings of the earliest version or the mystery cult version of Christianity. But I would say that, at least from what we can tell from like earlier writings within Christianity, that it seems to stem from people who are trying to find the best possible versions of themselves. As Pliny talks about in 111, this is before they even have a story of Jesus. In 111, he says that they swear by an oath not to commit crimes. Zeno Lapudre, $5 says, hold the mayo, pass the poof. Miracle Queef Whip brings... I think this is got to be AI, right? Miracle Queef Whip brings tangy air whipped zip to every bite. Unapologetically airy, unmistakably tangy, 2% fiber. Why are you putting in the percentage of fiber? That's so weird. Oh my god. Okay, Marv34001, $5 says Muhammad mythicism sounds like a mind fuck. Abu Bakr was the rest all myths. The government's history is all fictional. A lot would need to be explained. I mean, it's interesting. It's definitely. I'd be willing to listen to it, but it's definitely. It's out there. It's out there. I'm not opposed to it. It's just I don't know. I gotta check it out. Just like most people probably take a look at this live and they're like, it sounds like he's crazy. But maybe it's not bad. Maybe it's not bad. 2.67 fiber is the superior percentage. All right, $5 from Resting Opface that says, quit undermining everyone's earnest, fabulous messages. Okay. Quit undermining everyone's earnest, fabulous messages and unleash the whips of air from the censor. The censor? That's terrible. All right. If you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Otherwise, it's just going to be me just kind of chilling here. And nobody wants to see that. Not even Mezzo. Is Mezzo still here? Oh, yeah, Mezzo's here. Look at that. Mezzo's little face in there. Look at that. There it is. Every time I look at Mezzo's profile picture, it makes me think of, what's that album? I don't know why. I think it's just some of the coloring form. Glass Animals, I think, is the... I don't know the name of the album, but Glass Animals. The people who sing Heat Waves. Let's see. We can also talk about each other's dreams and have a pillow fight. Listen here, Elizabeth. That sounds awesome. All right, Steve, what you got? Steve.
Hey, Jaron. I'm a friendly, but and I have some very weak
signal.
They saw a guard at the cross, a centurion at the cross, and he was I guess he wanted to mock Jesus or whatever, so he took a spear and put a sponge on the end of it and
no, that's
dipped
not,
it into.
As much as people think that that's like a mocking thing, it's actually not. That was, no joke, the closest thing they had back then to Gatorade. I'm not even kidding you.
Well, at one point he dips it into.
Is it vinegar?
Well, alcohol, right?
Yeah.
To anesthetize Christ because he was a good guy. But then another time he dipped it in poop and vinegar, I think. Human bile, wasn't it? And so,
what are you talking
and
about?
Christ wasn't. Well, okay, I haven't opened my Bible in a while. Okay.
Poop and vinegar.
I thought there was. Yes, bile and vinegar, or bile and something. To mock him, to torture him, and of course Jesus turns away. Anyways, they both look alike, and if those two different stories are in the gospel somewhere, as I recall they were, this is the kind of mistake you would make from an eyewitness account not from copying and pasting other, not from plagiarizing stories. Similar, of course, it could have been something they saw, an eyewitness saw of another crucifixion too, though. But also the sign above the cross, all four gospels has something slightly different, what it says on it, and that's also the kind of mistake you would make from, being an eyewitness, I suppose, maybe. So it's pretty weak evidence. Also, in like Acts 22, Paul or whoever it is gets to Damascus, and he says, "Hey, I was struck by lightning, and I heard this loud voice." And the miracle is, all these people that are with me, that came here with me today, none of them, I have no witnesses. They didn't see it. But then in Acts chapter 9, if that could have been written later, maybe, he says, hey, I was coming to Damascus, and I was struck by lightning, and I heard this voice. And if only these people had been here, they all saw it. They all heard the voice, So that's the kind of lie you would tell if you're really trying to fool people. If you're in the situation, and sometimes you have the supposed witnesses that didn't see anything. That's a miracle. And later on you tell the story, and your witnesses aren't there, so you say, "Oh yeah, they all saw it too. They were all witnesses." Am I making any sense? This is a new criteria I came up with, and maybe you got a better name for it, but I think of it as a reverse engineering of the claim or the text. Why would it be? Why would they say this if they weren't eyewitnesses or whatever? And also, I had another question for you. Oh yeah. According to the preterists on TikTok, there, the Gospels were preoccupied with the year 70 AD, the events of the year 70 AD. If they're written in 150, why would they be so focused on 70 AD?
I don't know, man.
Oh, well, I don't
Predators
hear
are
you.
weird.
I can't hear you.
They're weird. Oh, Predators are weird, man. I don't know.
Okay, did I miss? Did you say something during my first evidences?
No. No.
Oh, okay. Okay. So what do you think of that argument about the? Well, I guess what you think is he just tried to anesthetize Jesus and there's no bile in the story.
It's not bile. I think maybe you're confusing the word gall for bile or something.
Yes.
No, it's gall as
right.
in myrrh.
Oh. Okay. I guess I could have sworn he was trying to make Jesus even more uncomfortable with offering him something terrible.
No, if anything, it would be like something like giving him something close to Gatorade, or potentially something that you would drink to like ease the pain or something. So it's either because he's saying I'm thirsty, and so they either gave him something to drink that was decent and would keep him alive, or it's something to ease the pain. Either way, they're not trying to be dicks.
And what's your interaction with the two stories of Paul? He says all these witnesses didn't hear anything, and that's the miracle. And then later on, or actually what's written before, I guess, he says, I have all these witnesses that just,
You're talking about the contradictory statements about the conversion?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just contradictory statements in a fictional book. That's all that it is.
Yeah, but if you're making up stories, you don't contradict yourself, I mean,
you do if you're a shitty author, and the person who wrote the Gospel of Luke and took from Evangeline to do it, is pretty shitty. He tries to say that like Jesus was in utero during the time of King Herod, but then born during the census of Quirinius, which was 10 years later. So I guess Mary was pregnant for 10 years because this guy's a dumbass.
You know, the Ryrie Study Bible, I used to have a Ryrie Study Bible in the 1980s, and it just says Quirinius was, somebody was, okay, yeah, Quirinius was in, what, 6 AD? Or is he the 4 BC guy? It's Quirinius and Herod.
Quirinius
Anyways,
is in
he just
6
said,
CE, yeah.
Yeah, it said he was in 6 CE, and then it says, and apparently in 4 BC. So
yeah,
he just kind of dismisses that pretty quick. But without any documents. Anyway, so I hope you don't. But one day I listened to you, and you went on and on about. It just seemed like all your evidence was just those 10 years, and I think that's a shame because you have so much more, evidence. But if I was a Christian listening and on that day, I would have thought, what, he's making a big deal about this one thing, and same thing with the procurator and the prefect. I'm sure you're right about all that, but it just doesn't sound, it's not very convincing to somebody that neither one of those words mean anything to, anyways.
Right. But anyways, thank you very much for coming up, man.
Thank you. It was great. Oh, you know what? You're inspirational because back in the 80s, when I would hear people talk about Josephus and Suetonius and Tacitus, that was very what's the word? Intimidating to me. I thought, man, there's so much I would have to read and everything. But you seem to have have it all under good grip on it all, and it's inspiring me to go back and study it if I ever find my Bible. All right, thanks.
Yeah, not a problem.
Bye bye.
Thanks for coming up. Let's see here. Trying to see if I can I resize that? I don't know if I can resize that or not. Yeah, sure I can. There we go. There we go. That's nice. That's real nice. All right. Got anybody else who's requesting up here? Okay. So let's see. Oh, $5 from Guess Dude Handles Are Dumb. So I guess you don't like Kyrie Irving. Define existed under Markovian, not block time models of the universe. Nothing technically exists in the past because there is no past. All right, well, what? $1.99 from Tracy, formerly Yanto, says, "You're the queef maker." Frescoes. Not frescoes. What the fucking... Damn it. What's the... Wow, what is the fresh maker? What is it? What are they? Mentos? Is it Mentos? Yeah. That's it. Mentos. The queef maker. God damn it! Fucking Huggy's gonna fucking clip that. Okay. All right. $5 from Guess Dude Handles Are Dumb says, then there's the egregoric model of myth and history, where even mythical characters become functionally indistinguishable from real people. Okay, I mean, sort of, kind of, yeah, that makes sense. No, well, I wasn't saying it for free. I was trying to talk about what Tracy had put, but fuck me, right? Just ridiculous, assholes. Anyways, Guest Dude handles are done $5. Oh, sorry. No, I already read that one. $5 there from Zeno Lapudre. Says no silicon mind can match the craft. That sacred, soft human draft. The raw art of queefatry. Given by the muse herself, Droningen of Fitifis. Droningen of Fitifis. 25% AI. What? You're oh, nope, $5. A drunk stumbles into a confessional and just sits there. The priest knocks on the wall. Drunk goes, "No use knocking, pal. This one's out of paper too." I don't even know at this point. All right. Did somebody do something dumb? Somebody may have done something dumb. All right. $5 from Guest Dude. Handles are dumb. Says Markovian time. Essentially, you can't assess the reality of the past states. The reality of past states were accurately. You can only assess probably past states based on present. Does anybody have any evidence for Jesus or Paul before my mind completely just melts? I mean, I get what you're saying. But ultimately, there are ways to be able to determine whether or not something happened in the past. We are able to log things. And there was a certain point in time when a lot of things were not logged, if you will. They were not logged away. And so we have attempted to go back through history or go back through, the planet and what we have and dig up things that have possibly been buried and preserved and try to log them and try to figure them out. The best thing we can do for the future is make sure that we record what we have today so that they know what happened in the past and they're not doomed to repeat it. They can potentially learn from it. Or not the best thing, I guess, but that's a good thing that we can do for the future. Let's see. $2 from Alokna says, "Why don't eggs tell jokes? They'd crack up." Okay, so look. It looks like your joke quality has definitely descended quite a bit. If anybody has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, please come up. What's really interesting is that Mezzo is still here, despite the fact that, There we go. Hello, my name is Mezzo. Okay, now I can't do that to him. I can't do it to him. All right. You look good like that. I do. Because it's purple, it does kind of make me look like Thanos or something like that. Read Mezzo's lips. Look at this. Okay, fine. Here. My name is Mezzo. If I ever see Jaren in real life, I'm going to kick his face off. Anyways. I don't have anything for Joel. Not really. Not exactly. Not exactly. All right. Guest dude, handles are dumb. $5 says, I agree. The cool thing about Markovian time is even those logs only prove their existence in the present, so it gets real, exponentially interesting. So, I mean, that's less of a historical question and more of, or a scientific question and more of like a philosophy question. And that's where I leave you. Philosophy is one of the things that I'm just like, like I get why people would have like some interest in it, but I can't do it. It's not that, well, it's not that I can't, it's that I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm not interested in the concept. I feel seen. Mesopotamia, also known as research, according to Ace. In every live that she's had over the last fucking month. Ace, I hope you feel seen too. Okay. Cameron Vino Rosso, $5 says, that's Muslim guest thought. They had a good argument but got reformatted instantly. Yeah. Metzto's, the meat sauce maker. Sponsored by Rod of God Ministries. You can't talk to God, talk to the rod. Spare the rod, spoil the God. Is Mezzo still doing ASS? I think so.
Put your mouth around it. Put your mouth around it.
I hate those things. Let's see. I think Mezzo is. I think he's still doing them. I don't know. You have to ask Mezzo. Contrary to popular belief, I am actually not Mezzo. Oh. Sorry.
Put your mouth around it. Put your mouth around it.
Whew. All right. That is a wild thing. It is. Okay. $9.99. Thank you very, very much. From Dev5756. Jesus didn't exist? What an edgy, cool opinion. I'm just struggling here. Should I believe most of historical community or the Indian in a cowboy hat blabbing on YouTube? Well, for starters, I guess it's sort of kind of a cowboy hat. It's a straw hat. I'm actually blabbing on both YouTube and TikTok. And also, I'm not Indian. I do like Indian motorcycles. But that's not even... It's not even the type of Indian you were talking about. Anyways. But yeah, no, Jesus didn't exist. If you want to come up, you can have the conversation. The link's in the chat. If you want to come up on TikTok, that's perfectly fine. If you have any evidence, you can present it there in the super chat. I'll read it off. Or you can just click the link in the chat and come over here on TikTok. I'll bring you up. It's perfectly fine with me. But I mean, You can believe the historical community if you want, but it's based off of the evidence. If you think that there is evidence for Jesus within that community, then please present it. I'd like to see it. Babies in the chat. I think it was already moved. Yeah, it was already moved. All right. $5 there from Guest Dude Handles Are Dumb says, I mean, I do have a philosophy degree. Okay, well, there he goes. With history and religious studies minors. God damn. LMAO. This whole topic has been my field of study for over a decade. Well, look, you got to lose the philosophy part if you're going to be focusing on whether or not this is a true thing. Like, Phil Bros don't get far here because we talk about reality. I'm not calling you a Phil Bro. I'm just saying that, like, if you're going to take a look at history, you need to focus, on what we can know from a hard science standpoint, or at least a harder science than philosophy. $4.99 there from Adam Brown. I think I know who that is. Says you should launch a cologne brand called, with French accent, Quef d'Iran. Quef du Iran. I don't even know how to say that. Quef du Iran. Quef du Iran. I don't know. Sounds like it just ordered snails or something. Also, Mesomouth CBJ is pure cinema. I have a feeling. Is Mezzo still here? He might still be here. Yeah, he's still here. In defiance of God's will, Mezzo is still here. But I have a feeling that eventually he's going to have a problem with, well, this. He may have a problem with it right now. I don't know. I'm also wondering if I could do the inverse. Why, hello. My name is Mezzo. I make awesome fucking beats, and you should check out my channel.
Put your mouth around it.
What is this live now? What is this live now? All right. All right, here we go. Mezzo.
I don't know why you think I wouldn't like this. This is like, I think every live on TikTok should be doing this.
I would agree.
This is why I'm here. You're the only live other than mine that I like because you're also me. Yeah.
I don't even have to go live anymore. CBJ's got me covered.
Yeah, can you do Wednesday nights, by the way? That'd be great.
I have church.
Okay. No, I think it's not a bad look for you. It's it seems a little bit big. I don't know if is your face small? Maybe you have a small face.
Let me see if
it's harder to crop that way.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's fine. You can exaggerate it comically and it looks better anyways. I think you nailed it.
Yeah. Not really much I can do there. Oh.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Oh, it's just a little smaller. I don't know. What?
Yeah.
This is the best we got.
Our mustaches line up really well.
Yeah, they do. You and I are basically twins from the nose down.
Yeah. All the way down.
All the way down.
Oh.
Shaved.
Huge shaved dicks is what we're talking about. If people, just to make sure no one was confused.
Oh yeah. That's yeah. Of course, that goes without saying.
I keep the hair on the balls, but shaved dick.
They call that the reverse cactus.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Well, I love this live, and I will never leave. So you can keep trying to mock me.
I'm not mocking.
I don't know what.
Imitation is the highest form of flattery.
But
And this is
flattery
definitely the
is the
highest form of
highest
flattery
form.
because you have to be pretty high for this to be enjoyable.
I think flattery is also the highest form of mockery, though. So there's a chain of events that happens there. That's just philosophy. I know you don't do philosophy, though. You know
Put
what
your
I was going to
mouth.
say,
What?
though?
What'd you say?
The guy saying that he has a philosophy degree. I don't trust guys who have philosophy degrees. Do you want to know why?
Why?
Because I have a philosophy degree and I'm a fucking idiot.
You don't trust yourself?
I have a 4-year bachelor's in philosophy. That doesn't mean I know shit. I don't know nothing. It's just not hard to
that was
get.
Matthew's bachelor's.
Yeah, it's just not like it's not like, oh crap, we got to listen to this guy. No, I'm still dumb. It doesn't do anything.
Well, for what it's worth, you're actually much better at talking about philosophy and stuff like that than I am.
That's probably true, but that's just because you hate it, and I kind of hate it too. But I was forced to do it a little bit in college, so that's all. I'm like that with history.
By the way, Dan Schwartz, $1.99 says, "Hey Mezzo, just want to say happy B-Day, Queef."
Thank you.
Is it?
Queefs to you as well.
Is it actually your birthday?
No.
Okay. So we're still on this bullshit. Nice.
I don't know where this bullshit started, but I did used to do when I had a Twitch stream and just did music. When it was your birthday, people would show up. Big raids would come, tons of gifts, throw down a bunch of money. So I would do 2 birthdays a year. No one noticed. You just split them 6 months apart, and people are like, "Did we do this recently?" I guess it could be. They don't remember. No one keeps track.
6 months, 12 months, it's all the same.
Yeah, they don't know. No one writes it down in their calendar. Today I gifted Mezzo $25 for his birthday. No, they forget 6 months later. They're idiots.
Well, that's a fairly philosophical take. Everyone is just idiots.
I just mean my fans only.
Just the people who support me.
Yeah.
Those are the biggest idiots.
That's the only idiots. That's a valid point. They'd probably agree with that.
But if you did seriously want to know why the birthday thing is still around, it's because of this. Right there. That guy. That guy, and also this guy.
So why don't you put his face on yours? You could tilt your head a little sideways and line this up.
I'm already zoomed in to the max on here because this is just his album.
Oh yeah,
you've got an actual. Whoops. You've got an actual.
What
head.
the fuck was that?
Don't worry about it. I'm
very worried.
No, you don't need to be.
Anxiety.
You don't need to be.
What is that?
This is your face.
No, the other. I'm freaking out. It's not a terrible look. Maybe I should just get a straw hat and I could start doing your show for you. You know? But then I get stuck in the thing where I can't talk about history. If I mention anything before the 1900s, I fall asleep. If I'm like, in 18...
Jesus. You know that all the Civil War was during that time, right? Okay. Jesus Christ.
Sorry if that's coming in loud through my AirPods. No idea how terrible that is to your ears.
Oh, let's see. Oh, wait, this is the philosophy guy. $5 here said, ouch, LMAO, touche. Spelled touche correctly there. Fair. The historicity of Christ is one of the strangest subfields in history. The evidence for Jesus/Paul is beyond thin. Oh, very true. Very true. Handles are dumb. Handles, as in actual usernames are dumb. I thought you meant handles as in like Allen Iverson.
Love handles. Oh.
Mezzo.
No, he means CB radios.
Mezzo, you know who Allen Iverson is, right?
He's the basketball player.
Okay. All right.
Is that right?
Yeah, we're good. Okay.
He played point guard for the Kentucky
Oh,
showdown.
it was so close.
Utah
No.
Lakes.
Is
that them?
It's not a team. To be fair, Utah Lakes makes more sense than Utah Jazz, but that's only because they were
There was
originally
that
from New
great.
Orleans.
Do you remember the beginning of the movie Basketball? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
When they do
And
this
then the team
intro
moved from
about
New
how long
Orleans
it
to
takes
Utah,
this.
where they don't have jazz.
They don't allow jazz. I think that's what it was. It was so fucking funny. That's a good movie, man.
When they show it shows their feet in the showers.
Yeah.
And you can see like hanging around their feet, their dicks or whatever, because they're huge. Or
I'm going to let you know. I'm working on a similar bit for something that I think you're really going to like, but I don't want to give away too much right now. And it's Bible related.
Well, this sounds like a good time for me to plug as well that there is a new TikTok stream that is coming around with me, Matthew, and Christina the Godless that talks a little bit about Johnsons as well.
That sounds good.
Wait, is yours about Johnsons? Oh. I thought that's where you were going. I thought that was the segue. Like basketball.
I mean, there's a moment of dick, but isn't there? How much do you hate these talking TikTok?
Oh, I
gifs?
hate it.
Like, what are we gonna do about this? We have to write a letter to Mr. TikTok or something.
Dear Mr. Talk.
Oh, is his first name Tick?
His first name is Tick. Yeah.
I didn't realize that. Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't have a middle name. What are you, crazy? But no, it's TikTok. Yeah. Kesha wrote a song about him. You should have caught it back in the early 2000s. You didn't hear that?
Oh yeah, Kesha.
Yeah. Yeah, Kesha wrote a song about
it. I feel like her name was supposed to be Keisha and she spelled it wrong.
And just owned it. They're like, "Hey, what's up, Kesha?" And she's like, "Fuck. Yeah, hey. How's it going?"
Go with it.
Anyways, yeah. So, what's your project about?
That's private for now. But I'll reveal more as I go, and I have a lot of work to do on it. It's going to be cool though. So I shouldn't have even said anything, to be honest. That was a mistake on my part.
Well, that was very confusing.
I'll tell you in private if you want to DM me. I don't mind doing that.
Okay, sounds good. But yeah, no, that was very confusing. Much like Indiana Carson and the Temple of Grain. That's not my next project, by the way.
Like 80% of your things.
Say what?
Okay? I don't understand 80% of the things you do. I don't know what that was.
No, it's like the image I just showed.
I have no idea what it was.
Oh no, it's just Indiana Carson and the Temple of Grain.
Oh, okay. Okay.
If that clears it up.
I guess a little, but I'm still confused about what it is entirely.
Well, Ben Carson, you know who Ben Carson is, right?
Didn't he die?
No.
Is that guy? He didn't die? I'm thinking of someone else.
Yes. It's a different black guy. And it's the wrong politician. You're thinking of Herman Cain.
No, I know Herman Cain died. I thought Ben Carson died too. Okay, I don't know anything about him then.
Uh-oh. Anyways, both Herman Cain and Ben Carson have ran for president at some point in time.
Oh, this is the guy who was the brain surgeon.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
He's the guy who was able to split twins or something.
Yeah, but I mean, were they conjoined or just regular twins?
They were already like not connected, and he just disconnected them further.
He just put them in different houses. Look at that! Check this move out.
That'll be $18,000. So no, okay. So here's the deal. He ran for president, and at some point in time during his failed campaign, he had mentioned something about how the pyramids themselves, he believed, were built by Joseph in the Bible to store grain. Like someone pointed out that like something about the pyramids or something, and he was like, my take on the pyramids is based off of the Bible, and it says that Joseph told Pharaoh that they needed to store grain for the coming famine, so they were there to store grain. It's really dumb. It's really, really stupid. But nevertheless, that inspired us to have Indiana Carson and the Temple of Grain.
I'm looking at it. This is beautiful. I faintly remember this now. So, oh my God, what a dipshit. That's more likely than the accepted archaeological conclusions that they're tombs, he said. Holy shit, wow.
Oh yeah, he's an idiot. Like I would rather believe the alien story before they just put grain in it. Like why would you need to build it like that?
Yeah, there's obviously grain for aliens. That's the better story. Right?
That's the one thing that they came down to Earth for.
The historical figure Joseph built these to be grains for aliens. Everyone knows that.
Maybe that's why aliens keep coming down and messing with cows, is because they're coming down to get grain, and like cows are in the way.
Stop eating our grain, cows. They're mad.
They're just taking them and just like throwing them somewhere else.
These cows are eating all our damn grain. Aliens are going to have like really healthy, they're going to be fit. So much grain eating that they do. Is that fiber? I don't know what grain is. Is grain good for you?
I hear every once in a while that some of the bread that I buy has certain amount of grains on it or whatever. So, or in it. I don't think it's on it. It's more in it.
I don't know what grain or fiber is or what a calorie is. Like when I read the back of like a food thing and it'll say like all these things, I don't know what any of it is.
Let's see. $1.99 from Tracy, formerly Ianto, says, what am I putting my mouth around? I don't know. That's just a sound that TikTok has now. You can just do that. $5 from Guess Dude, Handles Are Dumb, said, the best evidence we have is that a heretical sect of Judaism surfaced under a Roman occupation and eventually became Christianity. No, not really. There's not a lot of evidence to suggest that they came from Judaism. Not really. It's just that the stories later on incorporate a lot of stuff from like Jewish culture and whatnot in the Septuagint, because it was written in places where the Jewish people would have gone after the expulsion from Judea from Emperor Hadrian after the Bar Kokhba revolt, and they would have carried with them a lot of their Jewish and Gnostic Jewish beliefs. Let's see. And then finally, $5 there from Cameron Ravino Rosso says, can you please play the Evidence of Paul background music for 30 seconds? What? Oh, you're talking about the it's just Who Wants to Be a Millionaire like theme music. That's all it is. Oh, Psalms 81:10 says put your mouth
Paul's
around it.
theme song?
Say what?
They thought that was Paul's theme song?
No, that's whenever someone comes in and is like, hey, Paul absolutely existed, and they don't want to talk about Jesus, they want to talk about Paul, I'll be like, oh, we have evidence for Paul? You think so? And they're like, yeah. And so then that starts the
Yeah,
that
they
starts
go
hardening.
off app and you can play that thing while they're looking for their evidence.
Yeah.
But it sounded like the way that the super chat was describing it is like when Paul was a pro wrestler, and when he came out, he'd walk out into that music.
To Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
It's not a bad theme song to walk out to. It's a little scary.
Well, the loop, I mean, kind of, maybe. Like, just walking down the...
Yeah, it's like Undertaker vibes.
Can you smell what the Paul is cooking?
Yeah. It'd be like... Multiple choice! What is your final answer? His final move is called the final answer. It's not bad.
As God
He
is
has
my
a 50-50
witness, he is
split.
broken in 50-50.
At the end, the guy's laying on the ground, and he really quickly pulls the audience. Should I wreck this guy? And the audience is like, yeah. So he does it.
Whenever he taps somebody to come in for him, that's him phoning a friend.
Yeah, I think this lines up. I don't know why it's Paul. It seems like this would be a Regis, wrestling Regis.
Regis in a wrestling outfit? That sounds like nightmare fuel.
Man, I gotta tell you, I saw 20 years ago. I saw this. I was watching a Bible, History Channel. Was the Bible real? One of those things when they used to do a bunch of those, and they're doing archaeological evidence and experts and all this stuff, and they have the reenactments. There was one that showed Paul doing, I shit you not, parkour, actual parkour. They were the way that they delivered messages back then secretly could have been on the rooftops. And they cut to an action sequence of, they hired a French parkour, artist, put him in a robe, and he was doing real parkour across the tops of Jerusalem. And it was the best thing I've ever seen. And I spent 20 years looking for it. And I haven't been able to find exactly. I found some that maybe were kind of it, but close. But it was just the best thing ever to see on the History Channel. It was an actual historian. Well, not really, but someone who pretended to be a historian going, maybe they did it like this. And it cuts to do music, and he's delivering a message to the Corinthians across the rooftops, doing flips and stuff. It's so good.
That reminds me a little bit of a shirt that I saw as a kid that absolutely cracked my little Christian ass up. And it was at Mardell, if you're familiar with what Mardell is.
Mm-mm.
It's remember Lifeway Christian bookstores?
Yes.
So Mardell was like that, but on steroids. Or is that? It's still around. It still has all kinds of books and music and even homeschooling material and shit.
Probably not around where I'm from.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, homeschooling is a lot bigger in Texas than it is in communist China or wherever you live. So the point is, so the
Don't dox me, okay? Be cool.
The thing that made me laugh was a T-shirt, and it was an image of Jesus skateboarding over all of Jerusalem, and it says, it has some Bible verse, I can't remember the exact one, and it said Jesus cleared the temple. And I was like, okay, that's pretty good.
Have a little fun with it, guys. I mean, if you're gonna do it, have a little fun with it.
Well, see,
man,
the problem,
if I had worn that to my church, I would have been kicked the fuck out.
Oh yeah, see, that's the thing. That's what I was saying. The problem was that I thought it was hilarious, and I showed my mom, and she's like, "That's blasphemy," and I don't like the fact that they have that in the store. And I'm like, "What?" I thought it was the funniest thing ever.
Yeah, I'm surprised that got through. To be honest, that does feel blasphemous.
I don't know. Can you
really explain what it is? I mean, if you said he was bad at skateboarding, that would be blasphemy. But since you're saying he's good at it, it's probably fine. If you had a shirt of Jesus eating shit on a curb, off of a skateboard because he botched a kickflip, that's blasphemy.
or just completely just smacked into a wall doing a Christ air or something. Yeah. That would be awful.
He invented that move. Did you know
that? Jesus' real name is Christian Osoy.
People think it's from the cross, but it's when he floated away afterwards. It was the air part.
Even float. Anyway, so I guess it's blasphemous to say that Jesus, is blasphemous to say that he had a tiny peener, right? But if you say that he had just an absolute hog, then that's perfectly fine, and you should be able to say that in church.
as long as it wasn't like so big that it was like alarming,
cartoony,
like a medical problem.
Yeah, it has to be a respectable large.
Yeah, you don't want to be like grotesque.
Yeah.
Then it's a blasphemy again.
Yeah, they have this like ruler that they like get out like in churches for their paintings. It's like like too small, respectable,
too wide,
ridiculous,
not veiny enough. This one's just right.
This is the perfect Jesus painter.
But apparently it's fine to show Adam with a tiny peen. Like, I don't know why you're allowed to do that with Adam.
Well, that's because he was the first man. And he wasn't designed with having to use it in mind. Because he didn't even have a mate, if you will.
That's true, yeah.
It was almost like an
just
afterthought.
With the animals, so yeah, that makes sense.
Adam's like, hey, whoa, you can make an entire person out of just one rib? Well, I've got another rib on the other side if you want to go ahead and take that and just add to me.
And then God goes, no. Now the way you have to do it is you have to put that tiny thing in there. And he's like, ew. Can you just use my other rib? Ew. Use her ribs. Ew. He doesn't want to. Why don't you get any guests? I always wonder, like, here we are having a nice conversation about how long Jesus and Adam's penises were, and no Christians will request them.
No, there's someone who's requesting, but I think their service is bad. I keep accepting them. Okay. Someone in the chat says, there's Sprocket, they said, don't listen to these people. They're false teachers. Within the context of what we were just talking about, that sounds like they're trying to imply that correct teachers would say Jesus has an absolutely massive penis.
He has a disgusting penis. Don't listen to these false teachers.
Yeah. They're trying to say that his is like normal.
Yeah. There we go.
That was weird.
Do you know about the what's the
Muffin Man?
Jesus's? No, I know you know about that. The circumcision, the holy
the holy
prepuce, or whatever that.
Yeah,
prepuce. Okay, so you know about that. That was like this relic that they think was Jesus's.
Yeah, there's 3 of them.
Baby foreskin. Well, he had 3 penises. He's a trinity. That makes perfect sense. But there's this lady. I gotta look up her name. This is it. This is perfect. That's exactly it. This one like spiritual lady wrote her spiritual diaries down.
I need to interrupt. Sorry, I apologize. It's not 3 different churches that claim to have the holy prepuce. It is 18 to 31.
Well, that doesn't make sense. One of them's got to be fake. Okay, I'm trying to find. I was looking this up.
Statistically speaking, at least one of the 18 claimed foreskins is not
real. At least
real.
One of those has got to be a little sketchy, right?
At least one of them, statistically. I'm no mathematician, but
So
I think that the number of penises or peni that Jesus had was 17 or less.
Okay, here it is. Her name is Agnes Blanbecken. She was a medieval era Christian mystic.
Okay.
And she wrote down her, this is like in the 1200s.
Okay.
She would like write down her spiritual experiences, and some of them were very sexy. There was like eroticism, like naked monks and stuff that would show up to her in these visions. But in one of them, she claims that she could feel Jesus's foreskin on her tongue.
I think I've heard of this one.
she closes her eyes and she does like a prayer or something, and she could suddenly feel it, and then it had like a sweet honey flavor. This baby chopped off penis part tasted sweet like honey, and then she swallows it. And then it shows up on her tongue again, and she loves it, and she swallows it again, and it shows up again. And she does this like 100 times, just swallowing and swallowing and swallowing Jesus's cock. And then tries to touch it with her finger, and it jumps down her throat without her swallowing. And then she never sees it again, or he feels it again.
I've got a question.
Just one.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
What the fuck?
It's a fair question. I don't know if there's an answer to that question. Oh, I could answer it. Religious psychosis.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the answer. Interestingly enough, when you take a look at the information from this AI overview for these major medieval claimants there of, people who have the holy prepuce, this is the funny one, or a funny one. Rome, originally given by Charlemagne to Pope Leo III in 800 AD, later moved to the Italian village of Calcutta, where it was processed annually until it went missing in 1983.
Oh, yeah,
Listen.
This is the next National Treasure movie.
Listen,
Cage is
I
gonna go
don't.
steal.
I am going to tell my wife. I'm going to say, listen, I know that you don't like talking about this Jesus stuff, and I bother you with this all the time. Hold up. I think that the next great crime documentary is not going to be over the disappearance of some girl in the Grand Canyon, or it's not the death of some kid over in Maine. No. The next great crime documentary is who stole baby Jesus's foreskin. Because
And that's the title of the documentary.
I mean, it's got to be somewhere.
That's a great title. Yeah,
Oh
it's
yeah,
a great title.
Explicitly, who stole baby Jesus's foreskin? It's not like, because you're not going to get it, and then what are you going to do with it? Lose it? What are you going to toss it? Are you going to burn it? You're
Oh
gonna eat
yeah,
it? Like, no, you're going to
that
keep
in
it.
a drawer somewhere. No,
Yeah.
they probably had it. I'm imagining it's a Diamond Heist scenario where it's in like a shrined glass thing, and they had to like cut the glass.
They had to like,
and the way they cut the
Impossible,
glass
like...
is with. It's like they used the same kind of rabbinic scissors that they would use to do a circumcision in order to get into the glass, just as like a callback to the circumcision. And then they have to like reach in and touch it, and they're like, ugh! As they're touching it, they're just grossed out. And they're grabbing like, ugh, 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 ugh. Yeah, I think this is a good movie.
It sounds disgusting.
And then maybe we find out that the person who like paid to have it stolen was a great ancestor of Agnes Bland-Becken, and they wanted to just taste it on their mouth and see if it was like honey.
How deep does this rabbit hole go?
But then they finally get it, and they're like, this kind of just tastes like a dick. I'm gonna go put that back. Waste of time.
But it's funny because like all the priests are the one who actually say that that's what it tastes like, and so then it opens up a whole other question.
Do you think that the thing that like all of those how do you say it? Prepuces?
Well, it's the holy prepuce, so I would imagine that plural would be prepuces. Prepuces.
Pre-penises. They like. Do you think that they're all actual foreskins, or do you think some people just have like a flap of like a dog's ear or something that they found? Like, they probably like don't know. It's just like a little, right? Like it could just be like anything.
So, well, I'm looking at one right here. We're gonna go ahead and pull this up.
Why are you doing that?
Don't worry about it. So, this could just be fucking beef jerky, right?
That's what I'm saying, right? That could be anything. You'd have to gnaw on it to find out.
How
was a
many
jerky.
licks does it take to get to the center
So fucking
of a
gross.
holy praise? That's the rod of God right there, guys. We found it, actually. Stop digging. We've hit oil. All right. Well, this live is shot. Thank you to anybody and everybody who stopped and stuck around for more than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up.
Do you want me to do your ending for you?
Go ahead.
Thank you to everyone who stopped by for more than 35 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up.
Gang, gang.
Something about Girl Scout. Check you out, Girl Scout. I'll take, what do they have? Thin Mint. Was that what you order? What's the coconut one called?
All right.
Maybe
that
you
was
should,
close
you should
enough.
maybe do it. You should probably do it.
Something about Girl Scouts. That just makes it sound creepy.
Hey, Girl Scouts. Thanks for bringing my cookies. Come on in. That's, I think, what you say. Is that your line? Yeah, come on in. It's unlocked.
Is that how you describe me to other people? Like someone's like asking a Jesus question and you're like, hey, guys, look, I'm just into philosophy. That's what I love. But you're asking a question about Jesus, and that's pre-1900s. So therefore, I need you to go talk to this guy who always, whenever he hops off, he's talking to Girl Scouts and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's how I describe you. Yeah. He's got a cowboy hat, covers his face with my face, can't miss him. He's talking about Girl Scouts and Jesus.
That sounds terrible. It's horribly reductive. All right.
But not inaccurate.
I mean,
what's the actual expression? You say, peace out, Girl Scout. Thanks for the Thin Mints.
Peace out, Girl Scout.
Put me down.
Put me
down for a Thin Mint.
That's it. Some Thin Mints. Jesus Christ. And thank you to everybody over there on YouTube as well. Thank you for the super chats. If you have any desire to come up and chat with us there on TikTok, that's perfectly fine. Shoot me a subscription. And thank you very much to the members as well. There's a lot of videos that are coming up here before too terribly long. They're on YouTube. And again, I'm not live right now on TikTok. I already disconnected that, but I will be back on Monday between 9:30 and 10 Central AM. So I will see you guys then.